on the session.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eng Seng, and I am the CEO of InfoTrack and Quorse. Reason why that today you can see why there's two different names is the InfoTrack and Quorse is two different branding under our tag. Where InfoTrack will be more focusing on technical certification related program, where Quorse will be more on soft skills. Soft skill meaning like team building, leadership, those training that not involve any certification or any technical requirement like laptop. Okay, and today basically that our focus is more on AI workshop. Allow me to explain to you why that InfoTrack or Quorse like to organize this kind of workshop, because that our mission. InfoTrack and Quorse mission is to send the right person to a right training. But however, for trainings, right, it's something intangible. I cannot give you a sample to feel it, hold it, test it, like it, and buy action. Training doesn't work like that. So how can I sort of like minimize the gap of expectation on what you see from the outline, right? Is this kind of workshop. This kind of workshop, it will tell you what you are going to learn more about AI, for example, today's topic. And you are the best person to evaluate, does it worth your time or not for the in future, 1 day or 2 days, attend a paid training later on. So today, take it as a sneak preview that what you can learn from Mr. Eric from this section. Mr. Eric actually is very experienced corporate guy, and his passion is more on agile, transforming a company, and now AI is transforming not the company, the whole world. A lot of people, they think they know AI, they also say they know AI, but actually they may not know what AI. Okay, so today will be a very good session for everyone that over here, yeah, and of course that more than 100 to 200 people that online get to know AI from the expert. And today content that we're going to organize to use, right, is basically to two, where one portion will be more on business case study, another portion will be more on technical. And definitely feel free to share out loud your question, ask from Eric, then he will share with you the true experience or case study that he encountered before. And lastly, there will be an evaluation at the end of today's session that I really hope whoever that join online or whoever that join physically, tell us what do you think about this workshop, because this will definitely allow us to know better when we plan the next one. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to pass the session back to Mr. Eric.
Right.
And then Eric can do your show already.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Eric, over to you.
Showtime. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Very good morning to everyone. First of all, I want to thank the people who are present here because I feel like when it comes to AI, right, for me, sometimes I think of myself as the reluctant AI guy. I'll talk a little bit of my background as well, but what I think is that AI, when you overhype it, then it becomes very like, oh, technology and stuff like that, then you lose the human connection. So the human connection is actually what will make you and your organization succeed in the future, and it's not just about the AI parts of it. Those that are, hi, welcome. See, those that are online as well, maybe you can see the screen. Those that are online as well, thank you very much for joining. So we are using technology to travel, and you're actually in the room with me right now, and I hope you can see the screen and everything. So let me just get started. I think the comms has been sent out, which is that the morning session will be a little bit more heavy on the technical side. So my audience that I'll try to focus on is more on the technical side of things, the IT people. So if you guys are on the call from IT, anyone from IT here? No? Okay, so more on the business in general, but I'll be touching more on the technical side. And then later on, in the afternoon session, I'll be talking a little bit more on business strategy, how to make better decisions, like what are the things in the boardroom that you can use AI for. So that's how the structure of this day will be. So, okay, which LLM do you use most? So I didn't want to use AI because people can say AI is this AI. So which large language model do you use most? Can you guys put in the chat those that are online over here? ChatGPT, ChatGPT, Gemini.
She prefer Gemini.
You prefer Gemini? Okay, okay. Anyone try Grok? No, Grok is from Elon Musk. X. That's quite interesting as well. Anyone tried Mistral? Yeah, that one. DeepSeek, yeah, DeepSeek as well. So there are quite a number. What about those online? Copilot, Gemini. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce. Jess will be helping me to moderate. So yeah, there are a lot of messages and questions coming in. So if you guys have questions later on, and if somebody put a question and you all like the same question, then please proceed to like it so that Jessie can highlight it to me while I'm doing the training. So somebody mentioned Quen. Okay, so a little bit more. GitHub Copilot, Plot, Skyworks.ai. Okay, I don't think I've tried that before. Okay, that's good. So I think by now everyone has some experience with AI, whether you use it for your chat, whether you use it to create images. people love all the comic, the cartoon kind of images. Everybody is creating it, and I also did that for this one where this is me in the box. So just to introduce myself, my name is Eric Wong. I have been in the corporate for many years, and I've been a trainer for about 2 years now. Okay. Prior to that, when I started my career, I was in the IT space. I graduated from IT. But for me, I didn't quite like programming. So those of you who are IT guys, you know that programming, you have to know the syntax, you have to make sure you write it correctly. And back in the days, like if you missed out a semicolon, then you're looking high, you spend half an hour, and you find, oh, I just missed out one stupid semicolon. Because of a missing semicolon, then I had to like spend half an hour trying to solve it. So I didn't really particularly enjoy programming. So I kind of like did some other stuff on the side. But somehow or other, I was pulled back into IT. And when the person that interviewed me called me back and said, "Do you come and do support lah? Just support the." Then I'm like, okay, no, you're programming, right? Okay, I go and do support. But ended up I had to do programming. I had to write code. I had to solve problems. I grew. I would say that evolved over time. So from operations, I did software development. I also did architecture. I was a business analyst and project manager. And the last few years that I was working, I was doing agile. So I was a scrum master. So a transition from people part, the IT technical part to the people part. So that was all happening. And the last 2 years that I was in the corporate, I was working on digital transformation. So my goal back then was to transform the entire organization to get them to be more digital, adopting the digital tools and technology. Also back then, before AI was a real hit, it was more focused on RPA, robotic process automation. So you identify a process, you get you build some stuff to do it. So low code and no code. Those kind of things were already picking up back then. So that was me. And my main focus that I really like to do trainings on is actually on innovation. So I'm certified in design thinking. So I like to help people to think about innovation. How do you figure out, create new products, services, solutions, and not just apply the technology on any specific thing, just throw AI here, AI everywhere, AI. So I think all of this blend together and it creates a unique me. So there's only one of these box and there's not like thousands of it. So I hope that this session that we have today, it will be more of a journey that we are going to have a discussion. I have slides prepared. We can talk about those stuff. But if you have things that you're interested about, things that you want to look into, you can also mention in chat. Over here, we can talk about it as well, and we can have some time for some demo session and some trial and error. But essentially, right now, things are moving very, very fast. The best skill that you can have is knowing how to ask good questions. It's not just about using the latest tool or technology and paying a lot of money for it. So first up, yeah, I have a poll over here. So those that are online, you can go to slido.com and key in the code over there, over here. So you can scan on your phone or you can key onto your laptops. So I have to speak closer to the mic. Max, ready? Hang on, actually. Oh. Oh, okay. I think when you hold it just now, it got muted. Is it okay now, audio? No. Okay. Sorry. So okay. Yeah. I was just mentioning that the initial topic we were talking about Microsoft Copilot. So a lot of these tools work very well with Copilot. If you're using the Microsoft Suite, you can already see the Copilot button is up there everywhere. And some of you that I can see over here, you're using a lot of it for. So annoying. Okay, I think somehow went on mute again. Okay. So let me just flash out a quick video.
IT teams don't just fix broken laptops or keep the Wi-Fi up and running.
Does the
They're
audio
also
come out good?
responsible for driving digital transformation and technology adoption, so employees have the tools they need to be productive and help their businesses succeed. This is no small feat, especially as organizations try to keep their budgets tight while technological advancements continue to accelerate. To overcome these challenges, IT teams can use Microsoft 365 Copilot to reimagine the IT experience. Microsoft 365 Copilot connects with their work data and is available in the productivity tools that IT teams use every day. And you can take Copilot even further with agents built in Microsoft Copilot Studio, providing additional functionality to streamline business processes. Copilot helps IT teams by assisting with device and app management, security and compliance processes, and employee self-service. With this load off their shoulders, IT teams can concentrate on high-value activities, like driving digital transformation. By updating these processes, organizations can use Copilot to impact IT-related key performance indicators, or KPIs, like reducing service outages and shortening ticket resolution time, ultimately improving employee satisfaction. It also increases IT team productivity, reducing overall costs. At Microsoft, we've focused the use of AI in IT to help innovate in 3 key areas: transforming and securing our network infrastructure, revolutionizing end-user services, and accelerating corporate functions growth. I'm so excited to be here today with Harshita Dugamarthi to share.
Okay, I'm not going to play the whole video. I want to just show that very briefly just now. So that one you can get the video, you can watch online by yourself. You can look at a Microsoft website and see how they have been using. So as I mentioned, this morning session talk a little bit more on the IT, on the technical side. So how can we use AI for IT purposes? So there are a bunch of scenarios here that I just wanted to show. Before we dive deeper into the IT one, over here you can see things like using Copilot, Microsoft 365 Copilot for various things. So these are just suggestions that they can do, and I think a lot of you are already doing it. Just now, a lot of people put on Excel. So number 9, you can see that how do I do formula? Let Copilot to fix your formula. How can you, do some values and things like that? But if you look at the other things from number 1, you can see recapping of your meetings. You can summarize email threads. You can draft emails, summarize documents. So all of these things, I think everybody has been doing it quite a bit already. And later we can look at some demos and we can just try it out in case some of you wanted to do that. Now, the value journey, when we start off from the base, right? We look at the individual value. So we are talking about something, oh, I want to summarize this, I want to write something, I want to do some images, I want to do some proposals. These are your day-to-day stuff. Then you have your functional value, which is at the second middle tier. You will see that it's more role-based functional use case that is maybe at the team level. And then the highest part is you look at it from the organization value. So if you are really having AI agents to support you for the things that you're doing, that is at the organization level. So it all starts with you for your daily uses, and it will go up as whether you buy a system or you build something of your own. So I will show some use cases of things that we can actually do. Each of these, the effort level for each of the scenario. I'm not sure if they can hear me. Okay. So number 1 is the first step. Of course, you use things like Copilot Chat. You use ChatGPT. You use Gemini. You use all of these things. You use it to do your basic things. You can move on to things that are a bit more advanced. So you can unlock your productivity using some Copilot, Security Copilot, Dynamics 365, your CRM software, and then you can extend it even further using things like role-based AI agents, SharePoint agent, Copilot Studio. So a lot of these things you can build and you can automate your process flow so that it can support your business and the types of application that you're doing. I will run through some scenarios after this. Then finally is you build the AI-driven applications, and Copilot Studio from here, number 3 and number 4. You can use Copilot Studio to do a lot of those things, the low-code, no-code. Then you have the Azure AI Foundry. So that's much more on the advanced one if you want to really build more of the production level agents. So some of the use cases, I'll just run through very quickly. I think just now the video I was trying to talk about this, the overview and KPIs, use case by the roles, and then your day in the life of the IT people. So use case for IT. You can see here that an IT professional, what are their goals? What are they trying to achieve? Who are the people that are involved in an IT organization? On the call, I think you can see, right? If you have any question, please feel free to pop it into the chat. So there are things that are impacted, like for example, ticket. People get ticketing all the time. So how fast do you close the ticket? Are you using AI to analyze the ticket, group together, see trends and things like that? Application downtime, IT outsourcing, net user satisfaction, product adoption, and IT cost management. So all of these things are opportunities that Microsoft, this slide is actually from Microsoft, recommends for people to consider when they want to get started on building some AI capabilities to use Copilot in their IT environment. So from the first one just now, we talk about support ticket. You want to, if you take, let's say 1 or 2 days right now to close the tickets, how can you reduce it to hours within the same day? What are you able to use? How do you be aware of which ones are more important and which one to focus on? Or you can, let's say, redirect to different people. So you have 2 support staff, 1 person doing the heavy lifting, 1 person doing the small one, and really quickly replying messages to people. So other one is like application downtime. So some of these slides that you can see, you will be able to see that there are different like AI solution written over there, down on the bottom right, which is the different Copilot chat, Copilot Studio things that you can do and which roles are actually supporting for that. So IT outsourcing as well, how you can draft the surveys, get the inputs, do the outsourcing, how to say the evaluation in. Yeah, user satisfaction, rapidly analyze user satisfaction. So when you look at these kind of scenarios, if you're not from the IT part of the organization, you can think of it as like customer satisfaction also, because sentiment analysis, customer satisfaction, you want to consolidate all of this information very quickly, very fast. So you can use a lot of the AI tools to be able to achieve that. Product adoption, this one and the next slide. Product adoption and usage rates. Usually, if you are launching a product, let's say we have a new feature that's available from our product, and you want people to start using it. So how do you communicate it? How do you tell people that this feature is available? How do you get people to use it? So you need to actually do a lot of manual work in order to achieve that. But with AI, you can actually speed it up by drafting those user guide. Okay, I think somebody needs to be mute. Yes, you have to mute. All right. Yeah, so the other thing is that previously when I was doing software, once we reach the testing stage, the user do testing, they have to go and screenshot, they have to create a user guide, they have to call people for a conference, then they have to send out the user guide, they have to tell people how to use it. So a lot of these things are very time consuming. And with AI, all of those things can be can save a huge percentage of your time. Okay, IT cost management. So okay, so this one are examples of how Copilot can assist, IT professionals in their work of coding, research, documenting. So from research, IT documentation, user training, like inventory, you can see I'm pointing there, right? Backup and recovery, code review. So all of these things are things that can be used for the different part of the journey of a specific person. So just now it's like in general, but if you're talking about creating a project plan, for example, so if you're, oops, this thing. Okay. So if you're trying to create a project plan, you can use Copilot for that to summarize the requirements that's needed. You can use it to summarize your Copilot meetings and discussions. You can also use the brainstorming one. I think the whiteboard that is inside your Teams chat can be used as well. So you can use it to draw stuff, discussion, and help it to interpret as well. So tracking your progress, creating executive updates in PowerPoint. So what this slide is trying to show is that you can use different products within the Microsoft suite, and you can use the Copilot to help you to basically speed up each part of your journey. And I think if you just come out from the IT mindset or this one specifically, you can use it for everything. So whatever processes that you're looking to improve, you need to understand what is the process. In this one, I'm doing a project, I need to have the requirement, I need to have a meeting, I need to discuss the plan, I need to have people to give me ideas and brainstorm what can be done, what cannot be done. I need to firm up what's the timeline. I need to send it out to the management to let them know what's happening. Okay, so okay, so this one is other scenarios onboarding a new user. I'm going to skip through some of these to save some time. Tech, engagement, health, product strategy documents. Okay, this one showing a little bit more Copilot in the loop, which is the number 5. This is a question for product managers. So there are other tools. I think one of the things here is that Microsoft is aware that they have many products. That's why they come up with this kind of slide so that people can see that, oh, I didn't know there's such thing as Loop. How do I use Loop? What's Loop supposed to do? So it creates that curiosity so that people can figure out, oh, okay, there's a researcher, so how does this link to this? And if you can do it in the entire flow, then you speed up your work. So yeah, there's quite a number of scenarios. I'm not going to go through all of them. This one is communication, network, help desk. Anything in the chat?
Yeah, I got one questions.
Okay, maybe we can take that. What's that?
So we frequently come across terms like Gen AI, agentic AI, and AI agent. So
Yeah.
which are all part of this largest field of AI? What are the difference between these three? Gen AI, agentic AI, and AI agent.
Gen AI, agentic AI, and AI agent. Okay. So I'll give opportunity for the smart guys in the in the audience to reply also, because I think some of them already have the answer. Some of us already have the answer. And then maybe later during the break, I will see what is the outcome of it, and then we'll come back and look into that. Can Copilot record physical meeting or the transcript summarizing in notes? Yeah, I believe we can. But you need to turn on Teams and you need to on the transcribe and recording. Okay, so this one talking about building analytics with Fabric. This one goes a little bit more advanced if you're using things like Fabric, if you're using Power BI. So Copilot can do a lot of the analytics of your reports, and it can deep dive, so you can work out the workflow using it. Okay, so to answer on the AI agent, agent, I think in order to explain agent, we come back to the physical realm, the normal way. Okay, so let's say you want to go on holiday. Nowadays, you go online. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, how do people plan for their holiday? Anyone? Let's say 20 years ago. Travel agent, thank you. So you go to a travel agency company, you talk to a travel agent, okay, so that's the word agent, and then you tell them that, hey, I've been to Europe already, I've been to Australia already, I think maybe I want to go Japan or Korea or something like that. Can you tell me what's a good thing that I can do? My budget is, I don't know, how much should I budget? Oh, 15K, something like that. So I 15K, I want to go Japan or Korea, and then the agent might ask you more questions like, oh, what do you like? Oh, I like gadgets and stuff like that, and I like cameras and stuff like that. So they can ask you more questions, then you give them the information, then they'll go off. Okay, so they will set an appointment with you for the next time. So they'll go off, they'll talk to their colleagues. Oh, you're the expert in Japan, right? Oh, you're the expert in Korea, right? Can you give me all the resources? What are the itinerary and plan? They will compile that information, they will check, and then they'll see what's your hobby, what do you want to do. They'll collate it, then they call you, hey, I'm done with the things, I have recommendation 1 and 2. So they'll come back and then they'll provide you the recommendation. And either over the phone or you're gonna meet them, right? You say, oh, you prefer Japan? Yeah, okay. So what's the date that you want? So these are the dates, and then okay, confirm. They will do the flight booking for you. They have your information, your passport information. They do all the things for you, and then you just collect your ticket and then you go for your trip. So that's what an agent does. So now you take that image of the travel agent and you put that into AI agent. You tell the agent what is it that you want to achieve. The agent might ask you questions. The more details that you can provide, the better it is to help you to identify the right thing or the best thing that actually you wanted. So if you give a lot of information, then you get something more accurate. You give little bit of information, then it might be a little bit vague and you might not be happy with the results. So then they'll come back to you, and some agents, if you give them the authority, they can do the booking for you. So now there are agents that does, those booking like, hair appointment, they can book your Grab or something like that, or they can order food for you and stuff like that. So you're giving the AI agency to do things on your behalf. So if you think about it, it's like your travel agent speeding up time, and instead of coming back to you 1 or 2 days later, they immediately get all the information that's required, they put it over here, and if you give you permission, you can order your flight ticket also. So another way to use the agent, let's say I build an AI agent for travel, for example. I think some of them already exist. So let's say I want to go to Tokyo, and then I say these are the dates. It will continuously scan all the different travel flights and things like that and find the cheapest deal. And then it will give me an alert if there is a very good deal, and I can do it, and I can say, yes, I want that deal, help me to make the booking. So that's how an agent can work. I hope that answers part of the question. Yeah, I'm using my own. Yeah. Okay, so there are more scenarios. I'm going to skip it to get to other part of my presentation. Yeah, so these are a lot of Microsoft stuff you can get online. If you want, just let me know in the chat later. I'll give it to you. Okay, coming back here. If you look at this slide, you will see that a lot of people that have been surveyed after they use the AI, they actually say that, hey, it's actually very helpful. It has improved my productivity. So the first one is from Copilot. The second one is UK government. The third one is okay, so they say they save time. But the thing is, if you look at companies today, not everybody is really utilizing and maximizing on the AI tools that is already available. So if your company has Microsoft Suite and you have Copilot, a lot of people don't use that. Maybe they're more familiar with ChatGPT, so they end up using ChatGPT. And then it's like it doesn't connect the dots between their process flow. So you have these kind of things that are happening. Some of them limit the scope. So if you're using Excel, some of you mentioned Excel. So I just use it for the Excel because it's convenient over there. Some of you use it to write Word document or rewrite certain things, and that's all the scope of the work. So I think the biggest blockers is that actually people are not aware of the tool that is available. So because you're not aware of the tool, you're not familiar with the tool, then you just continue doing things the way that you've been doing, and that's about it. So you never how to say go beyond the things that you know, unless you have, let's say in your company you have a AI SWAT team or a AI innovators, and they go out and try all the tools, then they do some communications, they say, hey, we tried this, hey, we tried that, or they come to your department and they say that, hey, what's your problem? Come, let me help you to fix it, let me help you to automate it. So if people are not doing that proactively, then most likely things are just plateau and they're stuck over there. So I think the key takeaway here is that keep your eyes open, be aware what's available, what's not, and make use of it. Spare a little time, try it out, experiment with it, and then once you know how to use it, then you can actually do a lot with it. Okay, so we've reached this part of, it's around 10:35. We've reached this part. Let's do some hands-on. So what do you guys want to see? People who are here get first option.
You only can choose from these few things.
Wow, good question. Just tell me what are the things that you're interested to have a look at, and then we'll do some demo there.
What's the thing with for the Power BI?
Power BI.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think I have Power BI loaded here. Second option?
I think that,
Maybe
yeah.
Excel. Okay, Excel.
I think online also request Excel.
So like for Excel, we use Copilot, right? Correct.
Yeah. I think I did prepare
I
some.
think Excel we also can put it in ChatGPT.
Yeah.
But it's not linked.
Yeah. But the formatting is like.
So one of the key things about AI is that you need so somebody is sharing that took over my screen share. We given too much power to everyone. Okay, hang on. Let me try and find some sample data that I can use for a demo. Okay, I think I had some exercise here. Okay, let's say some API logs. Not this. Okay, so I'm gonna get a CSV file. People are able to see the screen. You can see the screen, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So let's say I load in a CSV file for some API logs. Delimited, comma separated. Okay. You don't care about the format.
You need to zoom a little bit in.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just manipulate some data. Okay, I save it first. Book one, save. Okay, so this is an example of an Excel file with a bunch of API logging. So it has the timestamp, what is the endpoint that's called, the status successful or error, and there's some error message. So if you are trying to make sense of it, you want to get some insights. So how can you do it? One way is, of course, how we all, if you're used to it, you do things like pivot table, right? You guys know about pivot table? I hope. So so for those who are not clear, when you start off, you might not be sure. So you can do something like this. So you can use Copilot, and let's say, what do we want to do here? So we look at the fields. What are the fields we have? This method, that method. Okay, response time. So let's say you want to find out something like what is the average response time for the API. So you can just ask it in this way. What's the average response time? And it can help you to extract it. I couldn't find any personal documents, email, chat mentioning API. Okay, so sometimes it doesn't know what you're talking about, right? So what in this example, I need to zoom in a bit more. The response time is already calculated. In some cases, you will have like start and end time, so it can actually help you to get that. So in this case, response time is in column E. What is the average? This is very straightforward, right? But you can just use your natural language to ask it question and it help you to do it. It looked like the file was not uploaded. Okay, I think this is a permission issue. So as always, when you do live demo, something will go wrong. In this case, I think there is some sort of permission issue causing Copilot to be unable to get it. So you can ask it things like, let's say you have error messages. What are the common error messages? How frequent does the error message happen? Things like that. Wait, let me try and close it and start again. Oops.
Maybe because it's not cloud, because when I try also, it does say that save your file on cloud to use Copilot.
Yeah, correct. It's supposed to be on the cloud. And I did save it. So let's see.
Yeah.
Because it's saved.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. No, I did save it. So I don't know because I have multiple accounts. So maybe one account is like crossing to the other side. What are common errors? See, it doesn't know I'm talking about because in this Excel sheet, can you identify the percentage of error and success?
Yes.
Yeah, I think for some reason it's not able to. By right, if this autosave is enabled, it should be able to. Please analyze this Excel. So this is a very bad prompt. You don't know what's it going to analyze because it doesn't know what you want. So it's saying that it looks like this Excel hasn't been uploaded yet, so I couldn't access it. Lol. Okay, not good. But you got an idea about it. Let me see if we can try something else. Let me try Word. What do you normally use Word for? Produce, okay. Produce summary of developer best practice. Okay, so there are some recommendation that's already appeared here. So I can just click on it. So this underline already means that it has access to my file. Earlier, I don't know why the Excel was not working. For some reason, it's not connecting. I don't know, is it Wi-Fi or is it my account setting or something like that? But let's try this one. All right. So this one, what happened here was that there was a recommendation from the top just now. It was telling me that, hey, would you like to summarize this particular document? So it already has access to my folder and it's asking me whether I want a summarization, which I said yes. And then it has produced this summary document in which I can keep it or I can change it, change the tone, change the tone to be very friendly. I want to share this document to new joiners. Okay. So now you can see that the writing style has changed as well. So helpful tips for building awesome, what's that? Awesome software together. Then it does the welcome because I mentioned that it's for new joiners. It talks about how to write code in a very fun way. Then I can keep it and I can review it and change whatever I like before I save it and send it out. So, of course, you look at it and you're like, this one nothing new lah. I just use ChatGPT. I can drop it into ChatGPT and do the same thing. Or some of you, like myself personally, also I like Claude because I find that the English, the sentences is better. So I may use Claude. So then this thing becomes the issue where must I use Microsoft 365? Must I use Copilot? So some of these, you have to answer it within your own context, within your organization, because in some organizations, they block things like ChatGPT because they don't want to expose customer data, sales data, and all those things. They don't want you who are using a free version of the ChatGPT to, to give company data to become their training data. Yeah. You guys online, you know what I'm saying, right? Um, the Microsoft Enterprise version has their way of protecting your data and it's not exposed to the public internet. It's not used for their model training, their AI model training. So then the organization that you work with will feel safer for you to use these specific ones. So in order to improve, let's say, for example, this document that you saw here, you find that, oh, I prefer Claude, the Claude English is better and things like that. So you might need to give up some of these things, or you might need to figure out how to prompt it better. And then you can do the adjustment as you need it. Again, this goes back to the same thing as I mentioned just now is the familiarity. If you're so familiar with it, you always feel like you want to use it. And I think it is a very similar thing to like using your company laptop versus your personal home laptop. The main reason of all this, constraint, the main reason is security lah. Because nowadays, cyber security is such a big thing. If one person gets a virus, for example, it will spread to your entire company network. If it spread to the people in the office is one thing, but if it spread to the server, the servers that are serving your customers, you have 1 million customers, 1 million customer cannot access. Every hour that is down, you could be losing a lot of money. And that is the main reason why we must be sensitive about these things. It's not just about your preference, but it's also it's mainly about your customer security, your company's reputation and everything is on the line there. So we have to be very careful about that. Did anyone else ask for demo? You must be using. Let's see. Copilot Studio. Uh, I think these are basic things. Any other things? Let me see. Visual Studio Code. Anyone uses Visual Studio Code? Was there anyone asking about that just now?
Visuals.
Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just gonna flash this out right quickly. So for those of you who are developers and use Visual Studio Code, I think you should be aware that the Copilot, GitHub Copilot already exists. And once you connected it, you can use the chat functionality on the side here to analyze the code. It's very similar to like using it for your Excel. It's very similar to using it to write your Word documents and your presentations. And you can ask it to basically do different things, to analyze your code, to fix some of the bugs. Later on, I'm going to show a little bit on the vibe coding, which are platforms that you don't actually have to know coding, but you can get the AI to build software for you. But this one is for people that actually know how to do coding. So you can do the necessary setup on the Visual Studio Code, and you can use it to analyze your code and even rewrite some of the code. So that's on the Visual Studio. Okay. So usually, when people talk about prompting and stuff like that, they will say that, oh, use this framework to prompt, you set the context, this and everything. So this one is slightly different from that. This one is, I'm proposing to you, whenever you come up with an idea for yourself that you want to improve your productivity, for example, what you do now is you just take something, you prompt something, you get a result, then you just upload it, send the email, done. What I'm saying here is that, first of all, you do the first part, which is you frame the task, you have your context, you have your goal, you've done your thing, you've sent out your email. But don't just stop there. Find out what else can you refine. How could you have done it better? How could you have prompted better? How can you provide additional context inside there? How can you tell it to write bullet points or make a table instead of just writing a lot of boring text that people won't read? So these are things that you need to refine by yourself. And then if you have reached a certain level where you really learn about how to use the different tools, you can integrate it. Meaning that if you have, let's say, past emails or past documents that you've written yourself, your style of English is over there, you can actually share a folder and you tell the AI to study that folder and say that that is my writing style, please write in my writing style. So you can actually personalize some of these things. Then it becomes more human again. But of course, it is your style and that's what you want your email to sound like, right? So these are the things that you can slowly advance to the different level. AI readiness. So technology access to your AI tools is one thing. People know about it, know how to use it, don't know how to use it is another part. Your organization, your bosses, do they say, hey, you need to use AI? Why do I need to use AI? Is it clear? Why should you want to use AI? Does it really matter? So a lot of the times people are overly hung up on something cool that they saw on a video. Somebody said that, we managed to achieve this, achieve that. Our chatbot helped to resolve customer issue. So people are impressed by the technology, but when they try to implement in their own company, they get stuck because like, oh, we don't do that here. Oh, we want the human part. We don't want to use AI. So you have a lot of different things. The question is, can we afford not to use AI? Some of us think that, oh, I don't care about AI lah. But then when you're on your Waze or your Google Map, you're already using. A lot of AI is already embedded in the day-to-day stuff that we use. If you watch YouTube, all the algorithms is behind there. If you watch Netflix, all the recommendations, there's Spotify, all of those things are AI that is already used on you. So the thing now is that how do you then become the creator? How can you leverage and use AI in your company, in your personal life, but more importantly for your organization, right? How do you be able to use it and help the company to become better? So I have a poll over here. Just a very simple ranking. If you could go over to the poll, go to Slido, I think it's the same one. If you've got it open, you can just see. I just want you to rank order to see which one, if on the top is like, it's already there. If you find that, oh, leadership is already there, but we don't have the tools yet, or you find that, oh, we have all the tools, but our culture, our people is not ready. So I just want you to rank order, and I want to see people here in the room and also online in your organizations. What are the things that you've been seeing? What's your experience so far? Okay, some are ranking the things. You can see those that are online, please come and share your thoughts as well. I can see an interesting question from Lorraine. How to enhance intelligence of AI chatbot function in Copilot Studio compared to N8 and another non-Microsoft tool? So Lorraine, I think this is quite an interesting question. Every tool has its limitations, their strengths and limitation. I think the biggest thing would be what can your tools integrate to. So if N8N has a lot of different integrations and you utilize them to become more powerful, then that's great. If Copilot Studio is limited, then you can consider how you can mix it around, or you can reach out to Microsoft to customize some of the things as well. Okay, so I think most of you has answered. Okay, few more answers. I just give it another 10 seconds. All right, so I'm going to review the results. Oh, okay. Okay. So number one, in terms of most ready is technology. I think most of us have access to the free versions of the technology, but in your company, I think most companies, you will have Microsoft or your company allows you to use ChatGPT and others. So technology, access, integration, normally a big question mark. People, second, skill confidence. That means I think you're reflecting on yourself. You are able to use it. You have the skills, certain level, and curiosity and confidence. And, and then culture is at the bottom. Why? I think this is quite a common situation, especially if the companies are not doing a very strong push and say that, hey, everybody must use AI. Hey, we're going to have a challenge in our company. If you can improve your productivity and show the results of your productivity, you've improved 20% or something like that, then we'll give you, I don't know, award or something like that, right? So if there's not enough push, a lot of people feel that oh, the technology is there, I'm using it, and no big deal. It doesn't make a difference, it doesn't make an impact. Some companies is actually the opposite, where they say, oh, use AI, cannot use, block, 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 ask the security to block everything. So you have that situation as well. But yeah, I think this is quite an expected reply. Okay, so let me quickly finish this section, then we have a break. Okay, next slide. Yeah, this is the question. What's one change? What one change could you make to your team to make your team more AI ready? Let's say next week. If you felt that just now culture, is it something a conversation with your bosses to say we all want to embrace AI, we want to use AI, can we come up with something more formal? Can we help with people to upgrade their skills so that they can use the technology in the right way, in a better way? So AI isn't optional anymore. I think we need to think of AI as infrastructure. Electricity, when it was created last time, it takes quite a number of years before people embrace it. People still using the oil lamps and stuff like that. But when you have electricity created, nowadays you cannot live without it because it's everywhere. It's in your appliances, it's even in the battery in your phone. So AI in a way is very pervasive. It goes to every single aspect of the work that we are doing. If we don't know how to embrace it and maximize it, then we will likely be losing out. And I think there's a saying that if you're standing still, you're actually falling behind. So you need to stay ahead of the race. It is no longer a choice, it is a necessity. But how you use it, whether it will empower you or it will overwhelm you, that one is a question mark. So you have to do it in the right way. One of the things that I was thinking about when doing this is that usually technology comes with a price. Like when we say that, oh, everybody has a handphone now, so we don't have to like always run back to the office or always run back to home in order to use the phone or check your fax or your voicemail. But then, oh, BlackBerry came out. Oh, I can check my emails now. But people get busier and busier and busier. It doesn't actually free up time. So what's going on here? So if I use AI and I become more efficient and stuff like that, does it mean that I have more time to do the valuable work? Or does it mean that I'll end up doing even more work? So I'm just posing this question for you to think about, because at the end of the day, you need to be very intentional. Right now with AI, you need to be very intentional. If you're not intentional, chances are you become busier and busier and busier. And then once something is wrong with the AI, everybody doesn't, cannot function anymore. And then your customer will be very upset, and then you will lose customers. So you need to be very careful. Do it intentionally and understand what you are doing and how it is supposed to free up your time, how you are supposed to use that time, not just doom scrolling or something like that, right? And be very critical on what is the purpose and objective of your organization. Who are you serving? Why are you serving them? Why is AI helping you to help the customer? If you lose sight of that, it's like, oh, it's just for me, to make my life easier so that, I can just chill and things like that. So that's totally wrong. So make sure you have a very clear way of approaching it. Oh, okay. So I guess I've talked about this already. Intentionality, to know what is the high level work that you're doing and how AI can help you to get freedom from doing all those repetitive, boring tasks. Okay, I think we can skip this. Let's just take a 10 minutes break. Now it's 11:05. We come back at 11:15. Okay, so you guys can, we'll see you back in 10 minutes. 10-minute break. Okay, let me share my screen again. Now can. Okay. All right, so let's continue. We're gonna talk about vibe coding. Yeah. Who knows what is vibe coding? Anyone? Anyone here? You know what's vibe, right? You know, people say the vibes, you chill. So, oh, someone put up their hand. Yeah, people answering in the chat. Is it anyone know what's vibe coding? Okay, you go and ask them. I think somebody is unmuted. All right, so let me move on. So I'm going to talk a bit about vibe coding, what are the pros and cons, comparing some of the platforms, and then I will do a demo. And you guys can follow along in the demo also because there's a free version that you can try, and it's really fun, it's really cool. So let's get this going. Vibe coding is essentially using AI to build the code, right? So you just express what you want, your intention, and then you can actually build software. So in the old days, when people want to build software, they will have to write down their requirement document. They will have to send it, you know, the SDLC process, right? The business analyst will analyze, they will talk to the architect and the developer, they'll figure out how long it's going to build it. And then they'll get a UI UX person to draw the mock-up of the screen. And then it gets approved, then it's sent to the developer, then only they build it. So by the time you get your software, it'll be several months. But now, with vibe coding, your AI, you can treat them as your developer. If you can define a requirement document, what exactly you want to build, whether it's an app, whether it's a website, whether it's some, I don't know, some other back-end APIs also you can build, then you just tell it exactly what you want. You can write a product requirement document as well, because that is what some people recommend. So you can tell it what to do. And if you know technical, you can tell it what type of technology stack you want to use, so that you can also integrate with your existing one. So you can do that, and it will actually write the code for you. So it has been around not very long. I think the company, the one that we're going to use, Replit, in the past 2 years, they got from like nobody want to invest in them, and suddenly they're worth hundreds of millions, or I think billions. How many billion I forgot. So they have gone really, really all the way up now. If you know, like for example, you hear like Facebook, Google, all the big tech companies saying that, oh, we're using less developer now. A lot of the code can be done really fast. They're using AI to build the code. So those could be more advanced. This one that we see here, the vibe coding, is a lot more about creating very quickly. The focus here is on speed. The focus here is on showing people what potentially can be done based on your idea. So I will explain the pros and cons as well. Yeah, so a simple example is that if you look at coding, you will have a very structured way. So just now, as I mentioned, you have your software development lifecycle from requirement gathering to design, to system architecture, to writing the code, to deployment, to support and all those things. So it's very, very detailed and step by step. Whereas vibe coding is very much, how do you say that? Iterative. So you can come up with, let's say, what do I come up with? I'll come up with a website that has a landing page that is able to capture customers' interests, So you can write that. Then you've created a platform already and you launched it, then you find that, oh, I don't really like that. I want to have a section where they can actually fill up a calendar and then they can select my available calendar and they can choose a time slot. So you can iterate, you can build, and it can be ongoing. So the thing here is that instead of having, like last time, to learn the programming language, now you can say that English, the language that you're using, is the new programming language, because you just tell AI, do this, do that, and you'll be able to do it. So some of the pros and cons I've listed here is that, number one, very rapid prototyping. Whenever I do training on innovation, we come to the section where we say we want to prototype, we want to test. The cheaper, the faster that you can do it, the quicker you are to validate whether your idea makes sense or not. And with vibe coding now, you can actually do it with an actual thing rather than just showing some paper and screen or mock-up. It can be an actual working prototype. So it encourages experimentation, and you can do a lot of different kind of UI, UX, journey testing very quickly. The cons over here, of course, when there's pros, there's cons. It can get messy because when you have the AI write the code, they may not have the same discipline as senior developer. So they just try to understand what is your intent. They'll write the code. Sometimes the code get a bit messy, and there have been people who build actual software, and they find that it becomes harder and harder to maintain over time. So this one could be a technology issue. It could be a prompting issue, but right now it's not that great. Have you guys ever tried prompting for images in the room here? You try prompting for images?
Yeah.
Yes. So do you find that prompting images, sometimes it doesn't come out what you want?
Yeah.
All the time. Then you prompt it again, then sometimes you get better.
Not really.
No. You bad prompter. But the idea here is that normally you prompt it, you get the coding, but sometimes it doesn't appear as you wanted. So the vibe coding also has a very similar problem as the image prompting. So you can get an idea, you can see some of the things, how it works, but it may not be exactly 100% to the way that you want it. Of course, simple application, then it becomes easier. But the more complex one, it gets harder. And limited security and maintainability, sometimes you make mistake. I think nowadays, it's a bit more secure and it's a bit more smarter. They have a version control built in, meaning that if you screwed up, the AI accidentally deleted everything, you can go back. Because I think last year there was a case, somebody built an app and it was making them some money. I don't know how they prompted, but I think it deleted the database or deleted something. And then it's like, oh, my whole app is gone. So that kind of silly mistake can happen in vibe coding. So it is not 100% yet, but it is really good, really fun, especially when you do prototype. This screen that I'm showing you is an example I took from McKinsey. So you will see that there are multiple layers. So if you look at it from the top layer, the customer, let's say you build a chatbot. So the chatbot is a layer that people interact with the bot. That one vibe coding to do. Below there, the generative AI, let's say you have a ChatGPT plugin or you have your Gemini chat plugin, so you can answer the question. So those are quite okay. Then when it comes to back end and lower down here, what's the data source? What is the backup? How is it being done? So all this falls into infrastructure, and a lot of times, if you're not technical, then you wouldn't know this. So that's why I say that vibe coding is very good for the upper layer, the front end layer and to show and to do prototypes, but it is not all the way there yet in the infrastructure part. So vibe coding platforms, there's quite a number of it. Replit is one of it. Lovable is quite an easy to use one as well. There's Cursor, there is Bulk, there is Firebase Studio. Firebase Studio is actually free, but it cannot do deployment for you. So later when we do Replit, I'll show you can actually do deployment as well. Then you can share your link and we can play with your app. So try to think of some app idea you're gonna do. So you can scan this QR code or you can type on your browser swiy.co Eric Replit, and then if you do sign up for the paid account, then I might get some credit. Disclaimer. But you can just go there, you just sign up for the free account, you can try it out and we can play around with it, but I'll do a demo for you first. Okay, so those who are online, you can get the link. Need earlier screen, please. Oh, who wants the earlier screen? Never mind. Let him. We're providing the recording also, right? Okay. Previous slide. Okay, I'll go to the previous slide. Okay, this is the previous slide. Naveen M. Okay, let me open our Replit. Okay. So I give preference to the people in the room. What shall we build today? What do we want to build? Do we want to build a business application or a game or a website?
Website.
Website. Okay, what website do we want to build? Okay, online also say want to build website. So what website do you want to build? Okay, yeah, we imagine we are in a company. What company do we want? Travel, okay. Yeah.
Inquiries that
Okay. So let me go to create an app. So I want to build a web app and describe your app idea. Okay. So if we say we are a travel agency, travel. What feature do we want? Okay, use whiteboard. Come, people, let's do it together. Some of them are registering. So, travel agency, travel website lah. Okay. What should be inside the website? Of course, you have all your, what do you call that? The main banner kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That one we don't have to
Product.
specify. Okay. So,
Product,
yeah, okay, product,
venue, destination.
which is the destinations. Okay.
Package.
Okay. So these are all the info part. And then we want to, do we want to do like e-commerce? Let them select and say buy.
Yes.
Uh,
And then link to email.
email, I need to set up email account, but I think we can do a sample. E-commerce, select, package, fill up form, and then buy. Okay. I want to build a travel website that is able to show my products, which are destinations with different price packages, and also have an e-commerce section, which they can select what package they want to buy, fill out the form, and then make the payment. Oh, where do you go? Microphone. Can you still hear the sound in the call? Because I don't know if the microphone overlap.
Why? What sounds so?
Oh, okay. Testing, testing.
Since they can do.
Oh, now it came out. Okay, I want to be a travel advisor. It repeated twice. Okay. Okay, so this is the prompt that I've done. It's not the best way to do it. A better way to do it is actually to write a requirement document and then drop it inside, then you will understand what's your requirement. So this is just an example. And I'll get it going. Interestingly, he gave it a name as well. He called it Wonder Shop. So I help you build a travel website, product listing, e-commerce function. And let me first search the payment integration. Okay, so it's trying to figure out payment processing, and Stripe, I think, is their default one. If you have others, then you have to specify it. So you say, I found the Stripe integration JavaScript will handle the payment processing. Let me do a comprehensive plan. So it actually lists out the plan of what it will do for you. So this is a coding agent, right? So the coding agent say, if you want to tell it, I don't want Stripe, I want PayPal or something like that, then you can make the changes. So I'll include this feature: destination catalog, individual destination, shopping cart functionality, checkout form for travelers, Stripe payment integration for secure card processing, responsive design. So it actually tells you these things. So responsive design, usually if you put in the specification, it will do it. But this one, it already knows that you want to use on mobile, you want to use on computer. So it tells you that. Product filter by price range and everything. So you have two options down here. One is build the entire app, and then another one is start with the design. Oh, 20 minutes plus to build the entire app. So let's start with the design and then tell it to, so you can change your plan if you want, or you can just start with the design. So in this case, I'll start it to design. So now my developers have gone to work. It's setting up the environment, it's configuring the programming environment. Okay, so without wasting time, if you guys have signed up for the free account, think about the idea or the app that you want to build, and then consider how you may want to prompt Replit to do it. Now, instead of doing it too simple like just now, you can use ChatGPT Copilot or something along those lines and tell it that I need, okay, you can say act as a vibe coder to come up with the PRD document to put in Replit. Okay, so let's say build. I think in the chat somebody did mention some stuff, right? Document tracking, project tracking dashboard. Okay, let's do a project tracking. Build a project tracker. Build a simple project tracker that is able to show project name and details and who is supposed to do what by which date, and also a dashboard to show if there are delays, something like that. Okay, so this prompt is asking you to act as a vibe coder to come up with a ask me clarifying. Okay, so clarifying question, what are the user role? One, there will be only one user PM. What kind of detail project? Yes, just the default. Mention 3 tasks. Should tasks assigned to one person or if multiple people? So good questions. One task, only one person. So you can specify some of these things, deadline and delay. How should delay be calculated? Exceeded due date. Dashboard feature. What kind of dashboard are you imagining? Task status overview with bar chart. Stack preference. Okay. So this Python. Should user be able to share links in real time? No. Do you want it to be mobile friendly? No. Okay. Keep it simple. So now is writing out the PRD document. And what you can do is you can copy the PRD document, put it into your Word document or something like that, and then you can put it into Replit, and it will follow those things that you mentioned. So what are the things that is inside here? Just now my prompt was very basic, right? Remember? I want to build a travel website. It has this shopping cart kind of stuff. You can show the information. So you can see it's still building, work in progress. And then over here, this one is much more detailed. You say this is product requirement document, simple task, you can rename it. Objective, build a lightweight project, create visual, target user, core functionality, add task name, due date, dashboard, preview, table, and even the technology stack. So if you know this, you can fill up the details. Then status logic, MVP scope, no. So all of these things you can copy, you can paste it, and you can put into your own. So what ideas do you have? Please feel free to try out the demo while this one is still running. Yes, yeah. Your screen coming up. The travel. Oh, there's two Jeffs here. So are you guys trying to build your own app yet? Okay, I'll go around. Oh. You use my same prompt. Okay, okay. Are you doing? Are you? If you want to do something fun, do something for kids. You think you're from a learning, do something for learning. Do flashcards, do I don't know, some stuff. Jangan fikir lama. Use AI to give you ideas. How about online? Anyone? Are you guys doing it? Cannot look at what they're doing. If you have no idea, you can go to your chat and say, based on what you know about me, give me some ideas of app to build. Oh, you're preparing AI in the boardroom. Okay, so it's telling me. Boardroom AI simulator, see? AI strategy canvas.
You build mobile apps with this?
Yeah, yeah, you can. The answer is yes. So you can build mobile apps for you as well. You can build backend API. Okay, so my one's done already. Yay! So it hasn't completed everything because just now we had two options. One option was, do you want to design first? And then the second option was, do you want to build the entire thing, which takes longer? So I told it that we want to do the design first. So now it has come up with the design, and I can actually preview the design over here. See? So not bad, right? Not bad at all. So the thing is, if you do a PRT document, let's say you already have your product, you can actually directly load it. Assuming that you're a travel agent that only does, I don't know, going to Maldives or something like that. So yeah, Maldives package ABC or whatever, then you can just directly put inside. Then it will actually do that specific one. In this case, we didn't specify anything, so it's like all over the place and it's kind of generic. It's like Alpine, romantic Europe, and it doesn't have anything specific, so it's like really generic. But you can see how it looks like. So you can wear the date format. Also, you can see travelers, how many travelers. Let's see, Japan. So I think the functionality is not fully there, but the UI is there, so you can see this. So destinations, I can click on it. Packages, not found. Okay. About, not found. So it hasn't built some of these pages yet, but the main page is built. Okay. So you can see all the previews over here. Now, if you find that the UI it doesn't quite fit, you see like, oh, this is in $sign. Keep iterating on design. So now if you look at the bottom left, I've created a visual preview on your, I can start building functionality. I can ask you to start building, or I can say keep iterating on design. So I say keep iterating. Then I'll say that My company is based in Malaysia. Please use Ringgit Malaysia. Wrong spelling. Use Ringgit Malaysia RM for the currency. Okay, so that's something that I can ask you to change. And then what else do we need to change? Okay, I think I'll leave this. Just change the minor things. My company brand color is red. Please use more red for the UI. Okay. So now I just gave it this very simple thing, change the currency and also use more red because there's a lot of blue, like the buttons, like this section. So let's see what it does. There, you see, you change the color. Oops, it's still working in progress. So it's changing some of the main colors to red. You can give it more guides and use as well. You can give your logo and then you upload your logo as well. So you can iterate a few times on this until you're satisfied with the user interface before you ask it to build the functionality. And if you think about it, right? Oh, the Ringgit Malaysia is there already. Yeah, you see? So can you imagine in the old days when you want to build a website like this, there'll be 10, 30,000, depending on how complex your website is, to get a software web development house to build it for you. Now you can build it very, very fast. And how I will look at it is that if you build something like this and you use something like Rapid and you're very happy with the user interface, you can still hire somebody to go and do the entire backend to make sure that it's working fine. So in that way, you have control of the front and how your customer will interact with you, and then behind you have the back end to make sure it's secure and all those things. Okay, so now it's asking me, I've created the visual. Everything look good? Can I start building the functionality of your app? Okay, so I'll pause here and because some of you are building your apps and publish it. Okay, so how's the app building happening here? Okay. Very simple like that. You put your picture into the chat and you can upload your picture into the thing. You didn't have the e-commerce functionality, right? So it's just a normal web page. If you're happy with it, you can press publish and deploy it. As long as you have enough free credit, you can actually publish it as well. Because you took your time to prepare the TRP.
Yeah.
It's really
So cool.
But then how to like choose for it?
Then
Yeah.
publish.
If you have some picture,
That's okay.
you can drop this picture. You can say, use this picture.
We have to input the files.
Yeah.
Put the
Drop it in the
use
chat.
and the really
You
so
can.
nice.
Give me the URL and say my picture folders here, go and take this file. Okay, who's done? Who wants to showcase their their demo? Let me check how's the people online. Teams. Okay. Okay, somebody's having fun. That's nice. Yeah, it is super fun. Let me do some comparison. Lovable. This is another platform, Lovable. So build a fun, cute travel website suitable for what do you call it? Cosplay lovers. Okay, so it's asking me to sign up. So Lovable is another free, not free, it's another vibe coding platform, which is quite good also. Their user interface design is slightly different. So each of these platforms are their internal developers, how they train it, how they configure it, right? So you will get different outputs that comes out of it lah. As you can see, the user interface also quite similar. On the left side is the chat agent. So now you say I'll create a vibrant, playful website perfect for cosplay community. Design is anime, kawaii culture. Let's build this. Okay, so it's building index CSS. So in this case, when I prompt it in a very basic way, it just defaults to whatever technology stack it wants to use. So it's creating some, I don't know, HTML, CSS, and I don't know what else it's creating. Now, while you guys are still on Replit, some of you are still building your app. You see this button on the top right here, publish. If you're happy with your app, you can actually publish it, and then you can share it with us. We can actually open it because one of the powerful thing about Replit is that it also cover the end-to-end deployment. Some of the other platforms, they only reach up to the app is built. You need to get another SaaS provider, and then you need to connect it together. Then you pay separately for the billing of the infrastructure over on the site. Somebody say they're very sad. Dreamweaver. Dreamweaver, very old technology lah. Bought over by Adobe. Ayo. So, okay, so let me show you. I haven't finished up the functionality, but I think it should be able to publish it just based on this UI alone. Okay, so Wondershot Eric training, I can publish it. Oh, what's that sound? Publish. So now what it's doing is the sample that I've done without the integration to Stripe and everything, it is taking that code, provisioning it, building it, bundling it, and then they'll promote as in push to production. And then I'll get a link and then I can share with you guys. And by right from your own computer, you can be able to access as well. Okay, so someone is showing that they also used Lovable before and they built some projects. So if you've experienced Lovable, it's very much the same thing. It's just different platforms. Now, Lovable, cosplay adventure await. Not bad, huh? Got the Sakura, everything. Explore destination, view events. Tokyo. So it takes a lot of the standard websites lah. So you have the top hero part, then you have your feature, you have your trips, you have upcoming event, and all these things. So let's see what it asks me. It tells me I'll create this, done. Okay, so done here. What's next? Refine, customize, tweak animation, prompt master, use chat mode, need to save itinerary. So it's giving you ideas. If you don't want to waste your credits chatting with it over here, that's why I was saying earlier that you should actually come up with a PRD document upfront, something like this, and get into as much requirement details as possible, so that once they done it, then you wouldn't have to have so much time iterating over here, and maybe more on the finer details. Yeah. Okay, so my app is live, right? We go back to Lovable for a moment. I think they have a publish button. Could be a updated feature. Let's see. Publish. Let me try. So the thing is, the technology is changing so fast. I also cannot keep up. As far as I know, Replit was the first one that did this auto, publishing all the way into the servers. So I guess, Lovable is not far behind. And then now with this link, I share with you guys in the chat. See if you can see. Okay, there's a question here. If I make smart HR about company policy, I need to upload policy in Replit. Is this safe and no cost? There is cost. So now you're actually using the free version. Once you publish it, there will be server costs. When you prompt it to do things, change things, right? You're actually using credits. And I think once you finish the trial version, it will ask you to sign up for the full version. Okay, this one is also up. Let me just share the things. So again, to answer Nurul, is it safe? Safe wise, I would say that it is not as safe and secure if you manage it your own. So my recommendation is if you want to build, let's say, a smart HR, company policy, or a chatbot where you can chat with the bot and it goes to your knowledge base, your knowledge management, and answer the correct question about your company policy. Once you build it, then you should engage with your IT to do the correct way to publish it, to make sure that the data is secure, the infrastructure is using the infrastructure of your company. In this case, I think Replit, if I'm not mistaken, is using AWS. So whatever they are doing, it will be published to an AWS, and it will be using the security key and token that is based on your specific project. So other people will be able to access. It's only up to that certain level, but you may still want full control, especially depending on the type of data and information that you put over there. Okay. So anybody else want to share their link? We can flash it out to others to have a look. How are you guys, huh? Is it done? Jangan malu-malu. Come and share your creation. I can open it. Yeah. So companies that do, let's say I'm a software company and my client wants to build that travel website or whatever. Last time it used to take at least 1 week to do the mock-up. Now it takes me 10 minutes. I send to my client. I say, client, do you like it? Is it okay? Is there any problem? Then they'll come back and then give me the feedback. And then I can make the changes. And then I send it to them again. And then they're happy, I'm happy. Then I get the backend to deploy securely, safely, and everything. And then I can charge my client. Job done. So much faster, so much easier. And I can basically do more clients until the client do themselves. Do we not need paid plan to publish? No. I think the free trial has, I don't know, $10, $20. So you can actually publish, but once you publish, once the credit runs out, then you will discontinue, you will stop. No credit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so cannot. I guess Replit become more snobbish now. So they don't let free account to publish. But if you saw just now Lovable, this one I just signed up a free one. So it's asking me to upgrade, but it's allowing me to publish. So yeah. Companies can change their policy overnight. I remember when I signed up for Replit some months ago, I was able to publish without any issue with the free account. Yeah. Okay. So let me just go a quick round. How's yours?
It's 13 years. Yeah.
Is that the second?
You and
Yeah. Okay, this is a very business-like POSM tractor. So then you can do a mobile version also, and then they can raise the issue to your HQ and say, oh, need to replenish this, and or the merchandising shelf got problem, broken, or whatever. Then you'll get email notification, then you can fix it, then you take picture, then you upload. Huh? Okay, good. So this is the things where AI democratizes app development, web development. Like I was saying, I didn't really enjoy writing code. It's like, mistake lah, error lah, so tedious, so annoying. Now I can just talk to the computer and say, build the app, or change the color, or change the currency. Then it goes and does it for me. I have my cup of coffee, come back. Okay, change this, change that. So then you become freer from the tedious, line by line things, and you can still create very nice, very interesting applications. All right, so since we can't publish on Replit anymore for free account, then we can just keep it. Maybe we go back to our Teams chat. Some of you have even some screenshots. Can I ask those of you who done something nice, can you screenshot and paste it inside also? Let's have a look. I flash it up so that everyone here can see. So let's see. This is Jaslyn one. She copied my prompt, which is fine, no problem. So the picture also same. Don't copy me. Okay, no problem. So this one, Japan journey card. Oh, nice. Okay.
Japan.
Who else? So this is a portfolio for painters, is it? Artwork collection. Very nice. Yeah. So the question here, what is Stripe public key? Is it a code for payment processor? Yes. When you have a payment gateway, you need to have the key, then you need to have the PIN and all of those things in order for it to be set up. So it's each payment gateway behaves differently. Some you need to log in, some you have your different key, so that it knows that you collect the money, go to the correct wallet. Any more pictures? Come. Oh, somebody published the Kueh Raya one. Oh, this is the previous one. Okay. So the pictures are the same. Cookie, you can create a cookie website. So for this one, I think you can continue to code it so that you have an admin page. Then you can ask it to have section where you can upload your picture, description, and everything. Then you can come out accordingly. Then you continue to iterate and improve on it. So this one, Selamat Hari Raya. So many bakers in here. Yeah. Later people start their side hustle, not my fault. Oops. Wait, let me. Okay, I'm unable to share. Okay, so this is a sample. Someone else was using Lovable. Then you have your Raya cookies. Limited stock some more. Save 6 ringgit. Add to cart. Okay, cool. Right, so that's it for this section. Thank you. Let me move it out. And see where are we. Okay. Reflection and review. Where do you see vibe coding being useful other than what I mentioned? Anyone? Here?
More towards, like you said before, it's a way to make a present of a mock-up.
Present mockup.
Yeah, and dealing with, like clients, they want some
Yes.
idea
Yes.
how it looks like.
Correct. Anyone else? In the chat also, please share what you think was useful. Fast.
Yeah.
Cheaper than hiring a real developer. Anyone in the chat online? Fast and easy. Yes. Easy tools can be developed one day. Yeah. Okay, cool. Anything that surprised you? Those of you who try for the first time? Make more money, save more money, finance person here. Was there anything surprising? No. Yeah, it's harder to impress people nowadays. No, it's true. It's true. It's getting harder to impress people, right? Because nowadays with so many technology, people don't get easily impressed. And people tend to fall to scam because of that also. So it is good for us to, when I look at this kind of technology, I think about, you need to think about the application. Like if you talk about mockup, how do I use mockup? Where is it helpful? Can I really do it? Should I spend money and buy, subscribe to it? Should I build something and go deeper? Why don't I ask my IT to do it? So a lot of practical questions you need to consider and think about. And to what level? So one level that I will look at it is that if I'm a business user, not a technical person, I will want to use it to prompt to build, and I can straight away show the screen and say, I like this screen already. IT guys, please help me to build it up and with this feature, right? So that will make it much more easier. Then I sit down for meeting, then they say, oh, this one cannot do, or that one cannot do. Or I don't understand, or they build already, then you go in after 3 months, and you do testing, hey, this is not what I wanted. So you get to avoid all of these things, especially on the front end part. So application-wise practicality, you can look at how you can insert that inside. If you want to do, I think, like the examples in the chat, right? Some of you may be doing side business, you may be doing cookies, you may be doing some of these things, and you want a nice portal to be up. Of course, there are those that are like, what do you call those? Wix, what's the other one? Shopify, and those other platforms that you can very easily configure. But you may feel that, oh, that one boring lah. I want something that's more customized to my field and everything. That's where vibe coding comes in. Then you can actually build your own application over here. You look at the cost of your hosting and you can monitor it lah. When it comes to payment gateway, that one you might need to do some homework. One, if you can use things like your QR code, touch and go and all those things, then they provide you the image, upload the image of the receipt, then that's fine. If you want to integrate, you can use, you have to find a different type of integration because Malaysia, not many people are using Stripe. So you can find reputable, the what do you call it? Merchant providers for the online payments. All right. What else do I have here? Okay, vibe coding it's more expressive, it's more fast. You can focus on the human part of things instead of the syntax and all the coding. Great for MVPs, demo, as we mentioned. You can use Replit, you can use Lovable, you can use some other of those, and all in one. Versus, let's say the Visual Studio Code, those that you connect, those are the more advanced ones. So you can connect it to Cloud Code. You can use Visual Studio Code where you are already using your software development IDE, and it will be your so-called co-pilot that is helping you with the code. The vibe coding one, you don't look at the code, you don't analyze the code, you don't check the quality of the code. But if you're a software developer using Visual Studio Code, the agent is helping you with the code. Whereas vibe coding is helping you with the application and you don't look at the code. So those are some things to take note of. So keep on exploring your ideas, have fun with it. Do many free accounts if you don't want to spend so much money. Try it out first, and hopefully, yeah, something comes out of it. So I think that's all for this vibe coding one. Okay. So sad, the robot. All right, so now I'm gonna shift gears a little bit and talk about AI projects and why do they fail and how to design for real value. I will show you a canvas, AI value canvas, which I developed with the help of AI using the business model canvas as a reference, because I believe that using canvas, you can put things laid out and everyone is clear what's supposed to happen. And I'll show you shortly. So why AI projects fail? Here we're going to talk about why AI projects fail, shift from technology first to value first mindset. I will show you the AI value canvas and you can actually try it out. Okay, so let's start with the poll. I think it's a different code. Yeah, go back to your Slido, use this one, different code. Online, we need to do poll, otherwise people fall asleep. I hope you're not too hungry yet. I'll try to speed through this a little bit and then we can have our lunch. Okay, 5 people have put 7, just very quickly, I'll just put 10 seconds, 9, 6, okay, but what, 20 over people? Okay, let's see. So, AI projects in your organization tied to real business needs. 38% say yes. Then, okay, you can skip this lesson. You can come back later after lunch because you're already doing it right. So a lot of us are usually down here, middle and below, where AI projects are not really done right. It is not tied to the real business goal. It's just like, oh, here's AI, everybody gets an AI. So why do why do AI projects fail? Yeah. First one is S. They fall in love with the shiny new object, shiny new technology, right? So the focus is on, oh, there's this AI tool. Let's use the tool. It's so cool. Go and use it. Then nobody want to use it because it doesn't really fit into their process flow. It doesn't fit. Or when you use it, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. And then in order to fix the thing that doesn't work, it's actually taking even more time. So that's annoying. Okay, next. L. Lack of ownership and user adoption. So the morning session, like I'm saying, I'm speaking to the more IT people, the more technical folks. If we are doing things just for the sake of like the technology is so cool, then you don't have the real stakeholder to own it and to drive it and to take it further, then chances are it will stop very fast. So you will spend a lot of time, effort, energy, money, and then there's no adoption, and then you throw it away. Such a waste. A, additional or hidden cost. So when we build it, like for example, just now we are using Replit or Lovable, right? We can build our stuff, but when we deploy it, you suddenly realize that, oh, actually there's additional hosting costs. Or when people are using it, maybe you connect to a chatbot and have to use the ChatGPT token, and then the token is cost so much money and people are using it so frequently, and then the cost is going up. I didn't calculate that at the beginning. I wasn't aware. And then now it becomes more expensive to maintain. So this is one of the reasons why it might fail, because the cost benefit analysis, it doesn't make sense anymore, right? And then finally, the AI never grows up. So what happens is you do proof of concept. It's like, oh, it's so cool. You do proof of concept. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, it's so cool. Can it go live? Yeah, nobody wants to use it. It doesn't plug in correctly. When you use it, got error. Then all those kind of things. So pilots are done. People have fun, but you never get to scale. So that's another reason why it failed. And that's why I put this thing where it's a SLAP. Can you remember or not? Forgot already. You all took pictures. Okay, never mind. You took pictures and there's a recording. So S is shiny new object. L is lack of ownership, additional and hidden cost, and proof of concept fatigue. Okay, so this is SLAP. Now, how to not fail? I guess the answer I already gave it out lah. But another way to look at it is, like I say, when I talk about innovation, I teach about innovation, right? The reason why product innovation fail, 85% to 90% of it fail, is essentially because product market does not fit. A lot of times founders, they're so excited about their new idea. Oh, this is going to be the killer app. It's going to change the world. But then actually, when it hits the market, the rubber meets the road, it actually falls flat because they did not do the validation. They did not figure things out, whether does people really want it, does people really need it. If they say they need it, but they actually, the action does not show that they need it, means that what they say, what they think and feel is actually different. So a lot of these things goes back to customer empathy. Now, Empathy is one of the big words, right? AIs can act like they have empathy. They can talk to you when you chat with it. Oh, it's so nice the way they talk. But AI does not have empathy. Humans have empathy. And if you want to use AI correctly, you must apply empathy, your empathy towards the customers, towards the users. And then you use the AI as the tool for you to achieve that. And that's how you get success. So product market does not fit. In this case, your user and your AI thing does not fit. That's why you have this failure. Okay, in the chat, which issues appear in your project based on the pia slap just now or some other things? Yeah. What issues have you faced in your AI projects? What issue do you face? Why does it struggle or fail? Why it struggle? Okay. So while people are typing, I can ask the room. Anyone? Okay. Okay. So it's called because they never do a calculation first. Or people don't know how to do
It's like the cost of, when we're on trial, right?
yeah.
And then we don't know whether really like they deliver it would be the platform.
But that's not very hard to figure out, right?
It depends on the team that using it actually.
Okay.
And also the bosses, right? So they are the ones going to subscribe it.
Okay. So sometimes it's like concern of the unknown actually. I feel because you've never signed up to it, you never tried it, you didn't know how much like the token will cost, the hosting will cost. But I would say that once you figure it out, then it should be an easy decision. Anyone else have you?
I think the A and the B, because one, to get buy-ins, it's ridiculously difficult, especially if it's a
Yeah.
traditional company.
Yeah.
People are afraid to use AI because the fact that AI is, free source that can be shared outside.
Oh.
They're a bit afraid that if we keep the information inside, how far will it go? Right, that's number one. Being from a contact center, that's the first risk that we put in. The education level is something that we probably lack, right, in terms of awareness, because people think about ChatGPT and that's it, they stop there.
Yes, that's right.
So then, of course, it comes to the cost, right? And you
Yeah.
want to go for something not free,
Yeah.
the buy-ins from the leadership as well.
Yeah.
Whether they want to go ahead and invest or do something internally.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the P is, we are pushing for all this, but at the end of the day, no one buys it, right?
Yeah.
It's failing in terms of customer interactions.
Yeah. Actually, this goes to change management. Yeah. So sometimes you have the tool, but because people are reluctant to use the tool, then you never get it to be done. It's like when Grab, for example, started, people were pushing back, oh, it's not safe lah, how can I get into some stranger's car? Taxi is more reliable, and the taxi company, they are legitimate and stuff like that. So people don't want to move until a certain point, you have to hit the critical mass. So in innovation also, we talk about the innovators and the early adopters. If you get these two groups to start using it and show it, then the social proof, then after that, the early majority will start coming over, and then only you get the momentum, then only people will start using it. Yeah. How about in the chat online? Figure out how to charge customer. Okay, good. That's business model. No ownership. Still have hiccup with automation. Need human intervention. Yes, you should have human intervention and reviews. Shortage of skilled professional. Oh, that's an interesting one. Question, can you hire a lot of AI experts? You just put a job post, I want AI expert. Can you hire them? Can you imagine if you're HR, right, and you want, and let's say you're from contact center, and you say, oh, we want to do some stuff for contact center. I want you to hire some expert, and they must have experience in contact center process and everything. They must know everything. I don't think you can hire.
Yeah.
So what's the alternative? You upskill. So a lot of people, because AI is the new technology, even all these applications keep changing. You have to upskill people from internal so that they know how to use the tool so that they can fix their own problems. And that's how you get to push forward. Okay. How to transform the current non-digital business. That one also change management, budget resistant to change. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's move on. Okay. Business fit before the model or the AI fit, right? In the old days, like when we talk about, let's say pre-ChatGPT, before the 2022 ChatGPT launch, right? AI was not so popularized. People see that the technology was not ready yet. People don't want to do it yet. So the so-called scientists and engineers, they are very much more focused on, oh, what's the data? How do I get the model? How do I do the input, the process, the output? How does it get this and that? So they are very focused on that. Now, when we are more to the model is already good, right? Then we should not overly fixate on the old way of being engineer. We're not engineer and scientists. We should look at it as what is the customer, who are the customer that's using it, what's the job that they're trying to do, how does AI bring the value? So most of us, I mean, if you're not working in the technology company that is building the underlying AI, right, like OpenAI and Complexity and all those things, we should not worry about those things, but instead we should worry about whether the AI bring value to your customer. So the data in the model is some of the technical thing you need to figure out to secure the data, to make sure it's accessible in order for it to function well. So you must start from measuring the user outcome and what they're trying to achieve. That's how we want to fix it. And then I want to introduce you to the AI value canvas. So AI value canvas is a framework to align the AI with the business outcome. Okay, I'll explain the colors. There's some color coding there. So what we want to do is figure out desirability. Does customer want it? Feasibility, can we build it? Is there tools that exist that can do it? Sustainability and viability. So you have these four components. And then it's supposed to be used collaboratively. So it's not like, oh, let's say I'm IT, you can't do it by yourself. One, to have your business people, your IT people, your data teams all working together in order to figure this out and fill up the canvas so that everybody's clear. Just now, if you can see, the yellow color is the customer side. Yellow color. So the customer segment, the job to be done, the pains and the gains. And then the green color is the AI opportunity and solution. So where does AI add the value? So AI opportunity fits solution concept. And then data, model, risk, and how to do it safely. It's on this side. So those are the considerations. And then below here, value and success matrix and the cost driver. So just now we talked about budget cost. So we need to figure out all these things. And now you show to your management and say, how this what we're going to do this for this set of user. If you can automate this, we get 30% benefit. We are using this and how much it costs. So here, I prepared the canvas as a document for you to download. Maybe we can do it as a lunch exercise, and then we come back after lunch, we just resume this part a little bit before I go to the next part. So go ahead and download this canvas, and then try to fill it up. Later after lunch, we will We will meet up again and then we'll discuss. If you find that it's a bit challenging because you don't know all the answers, just fill up the customer part, the yellow part and the green part. The green part also top part, the solution flow. I'm not sure because some of it goes into your business process flow, but the yellow part and green part, just try to fill out some of it. Okay, everyone can access. Can you guys access in the online? Can you please type out the website here? Yes. Okay. Okay, so then we will have a lunch break now. Now it's 12:35. We come back at 1:35 and then we'll resume from here and then we'll look at the canvas. Everyone okay? 1, 2, 3. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 5. 2, 1, 3, 5. Yeah. Okay, see the link works or not? Yeah, it works. So you download it to your computer, fill up the yellow part and green part, think of your specific use cases. And then let's catch up after lunch. Oh, why did I do that? Oh, in the seat. Okay. All right. See you guys later.
And this isn't just happening in one sector either. We are seeing AI make a real, tangible impact pretty much everywhere, solving core business problems in completely different industries. So for example, retailers like Zara are using AI to predict the next big fashion trend. In finance, American Express is relying on it to spot fraud the very second it happens. Logistics giants like UPS and Amazon are optimizing every single delivery route. And pharmaceutical companies like Roche are using AI to dramatically, and I mean dramatically, speed up the search for new life-saving drugs. Okay, so this whole transformation, it doesn't just stop at the company's front door. It's now scaling up to the global level, and it's starting to shape geopolitics, international competition, and even how we tackle some of humanity's biggest challenges. A huge piece of this is the global AI race, and nothing tells that story better than private investment. In 2024 alone, the US saw over $109 billion poured into AI. Just to put that in perspective, that's nearly 12 times more than its closest competitor, China. You can really see a clear competitive landscape starting to form here. But with this much power and investment, it really forces a profound choice on us. AI is what you'd call a classic dual-use technology. Its potential to create amazing things and its potential to cause destruction are two sides of the very same coin. So on the one hand, you have these incredibly high-stakes military applications. This example describes AI-powered drones that can operate all on their own, even in environments where signals are jammed. I mean, that completely changes the nature of modern warfare. But then, check this out, that exact same predictive power, that ability to analyze incredibly complex data, can be turned around to save lives. The World Health Organization is using an AI platform to get ahead of disease outbreaks, giving officials a critical head start. It is the same underlying technology, just with a profoundly different goal. So with stakes this high, it's really no surprise that governments are now paying very close attention. We're seeing this massive surge in both regulation and investment. Mentions of AI in laws are up 9-fold since 2016. Major rules like the EU AI Act are coming into force, and nations are pouring billions into state-backed funds to secure their spot in this new AI future. So we've seen AI in our lives, we've seen it in business, and we've seen it on the world stage. But what's coming next? Let's take a look at the powerful trends that are already shaping the next frontier. It really all boils down to two powerful forces that are working together. First, AI is becoming radically more accessible to pretty much everyone. And second, its capabilities are just growing at this exponential rate. To really get what I mean by accessibility, just look at this number. In less than 2 years, the cost to run a really powerful AI model absolutely plummeted by a factor of 280. That is not just a small improvement, that is a complete revolution. The financial barrier to entry for developers and startups everywhere is, well, it's pretty much evaporating. And it's not just about the cost either. The performance gap between those closed proprietary models from the big tech companies and the open source models that are available to anyone is shrinking, and it's shrinking fast. In just 1 year, on some key benchmarks, that gap went from 8% down to less than 2%. Powerful AI is no longer a walled garden. And that brings us to the final critical point. We are at this really unique moment in history. A technology with the power to completely reshape our world is becoming cheaper, more capable, and more widely distributed, all at the same time. So the question is no longer if AI is going to change everything. The real question is, with these tools in the hands of millions, what great challenge will we choose to solve next?
Cool. So Notebook LM has summarized today's training. You can go back now. How was it? What caught your attention? In the video? At least I got human to interact with.
AI is everywhere.
Yes.
AI is everywhere. Okay, I'll share the YouTube link so upload it. AI is everywhere. Yes, it's one thing. So online, what do you guys notice? AI development was growth, AI revolution. I actually draw out some stuff. So there was a personal level, organization level, global level. Ability to create, ability to destroy, the same technology. Some people say that AI is like the nuclear bomb, atom bomb kind of thing. But it's just like if instead of that kind of destructive power, it's on another spectrum. Very interesting. Any more online? I like the fact that AI is subtly at first we are not aware. Then I believe now majority still unaware. We have to be better human to compete with human. AI already too competitive. That one sounds like the famous quote, right? AI won't replace you, but the people that's using the AI will replace you. I don't know if you guys remember there was something that say 280 times cheaper or something like that. So imagine you buy a house, it cost 280,000 1 year ago, and then this year the same house only cost 1,000. That means that people who cannot afford house last time, now everybody can afford house. That's the kind of thing that we're talking about. It's really amazing because the cost has gone down so much. The people can easily access to AI, Copilot, to use the technology, to use the automation in order to do the work to help them to become better, more efficient. And it's just, sometimes it's just a bit hard to grasp, like, how is it that we have this? And I think the person in the chat said people still unaware. There is, it's like, there's free stuff, people come and get it, or there's really cheap stuff here that can really make your life better, but nobody knows it and nobody go and get it. Yeah. Okay, so that's the video. I show it now, so later we don't have to show that video. I share in the link as well. Okay, let's move on to rewind back to this exercise. Did anyone fill up the value canvas? Anyone? Okay, so let me fill up the canvas with you guys as an example so that we can show you how the canvas can be used. Okay. Now, I already pre-populated some of these things. So my background is I was from the telco industry. So I know a little bit about telco industry, and then I just try to map out one, for example, a use case. So as you can see over here, let's say my use case scenario is my specific user is somebody at the retail front end. They're the one that face the customer. You walk into the telco, you have a problem with your line, or you want to buy a new line, or you want to subscribe to fiber or something like that. The staff is the one that greets you. And then how what we want to do, let me go back up here. So you go my name. So let's say I'm the project owner, and right now I don't know yet. Maybe I want to do an experiment. So that means the horizon kind of says like, is if it's not proven that something you want to kind of really just try out and test it out whether it works or not, then the kind of investment that goes in will be much smaller as opposed to if you already tested it out and you wanted to scale. So this helps to size it up. So the intent is I put here speed to rapport. So instead of saying things like I just want to reduce the time of interaction, I say I want to speed up the rapport building part so that the frontliner can connect with the customer really quickly, and then they are able to the customer able to feel that, hey, you understand my problem, or you are not just a brainless person that I need to scold you in order to get my stuff done, right? So the intent is speed to get the rapport. A lot of these things you need to figure out, you need to understand what the needs are. So this kind of stuff must be put in place. Then when you do these things and you focus on the customer and the job to be done, you are a little bit more focused lah. So in this case, I do like this and say, let's say the job to be done is I want to pull up the customer interaction history really quickly and connect with the customer so that I can greet them correctly and know what their needs are, give them appropriate solution, and also maybe recommendations based on data. So if I can see that this person goes, the bill is very high, they always go roaming, then I can recommend them a monthly plan or some other plan that is more appropriate and suitable for them, and say that, hey, if you buy this monthly plan, you'll be able to save more money instead of roaming, every time buy ad hoc and stuff like that. So this is the job that they want to do. And the other thing is like, oh, maybe your contract is ending, the iPhone 17 is the latest one. Okay, time to upgrade your phone. So having all these things at the fingertips will help you to sell better, and it helps you to connect with the clients better. The problem today would be it takes a long time. Currently, if I try to scroll and read the person history, like, oh, they were here for this, or how long, when is their contract? So trying to find all of this information, pulling it together takes a lot of time. And if I do that, then it takes up my time, so I cannot serve more customer that is queuing up, and then the crowd gets longer. So we want to solve that. And then sometimes I can't remember the product and promotion in detail. So this is like I put the word I, right? Because it's kind of like the voice of this stuff lah. Like I as a staff cannot remember the details. If you are familiar with customer empathy mapping, then you will see how that thing comes into picture. Let me see if I can. Customer empathy map. Okay, so there's customer empathy map and there's also value proposition. Let me just flash it out. Image. So this is an example of a customer empathy map. When you understand your user perspective, sometimes they will hear certain things, they will say something but do something else, and then what they see in the environment, what they actually think and feel, then you identify what's their pain and gain. So these are exercises that you can do outside of this, but once you know all of these things, it will help you to map better, and then it could link to this one. All of these are other tools, which is if you know what's the customer job or your user's job, or even your own job, if you want to do some automation and things like that, what is the job that you're actually doing? What is the gain that you can get? What's the pain that you're removing? And then you match that. Instead of product and service here, it will be your AI solution that you're solving. So that's how these things is being mapped. And then if I come over to here, let's say I talk about the concept flow interaction. Customer walks in, okay? They give their phone number when they want to get the queue number, get into the queue. So they enter their phone number. So at the point of this time, they haven't get served yet. So they just wait. Your queue number is 123. The AI identify, oh, this is an existing customer. I go in to connect to my data source, which is the billing system. So from the queuing system, we call the billing system. This phone number, who is it? What's the person's history? what is their interaction with the telco before this, what is the contract that they are on, what is their, let's say, roaming history or billing history, do they pay on time and stuff like that. So then get all this information and summarize it in a meaningful way so that when the telco staff calls the number, immediately they can like, oh, hello, sir, what are you here for? And then immediately you can get into conversation. Oh, okay, I can see from this and that. So you can actually interact and discuss with them. Then you get the valuable insights that you can use, and you can also add recommendation. AI can add recommendation, or it can be rule-based. Hello?
Yes. Yeah, the bot. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. So sometimes gotta keep it muted. Okay, yeah, so you can cross-sell based on the customer's purchase history, usage, and all those things. So this is how we can put it all together. Now, the other part in the blue part, like I put the data consideration, this one question mark lah. So what model do you want to use? What is the secure, safe one to use, which one is approved by your company policy and things like that. So we need to make sure that it's a correct one. These one are the existing things that probably need integration. So you might need to reach out to your IT and figure this out. And then this goes to the risk. That means just now we talked about when we go to our management, the management will say like, oh, will it work? What if there's problem? What if there's mistake? What if there's bias? What if you hallucinate? All of these things. So these are the challenges of using AI. And I think in the chat, somebody asked, does it have any weakness? So this is one of the weakness that we see in the early days. It can get better, but there are still risks involved. And we got to make sure that we find ways to mitigate those risks and handle those risks when we do the solutioning. So any questions so far for this? You got an idea how it can be used? Yeah. Okay. So that being said, anybody want to share? No? Any comments? Online will be very shy. Anyone want to share? Okay, no problem. No problem. So at least you can see what I've done here and you have an idea. Let me just go to the last section at the bottom here. Value and matrix of success. So in this case, we have to think what is the real value here. Are you going to look at increased sales because they can upsell and cross-sell? Are you going to look at customer satisfaction score? What do you consider it? Are you going to look at handling time? If I used to only handle, let's say 20 customers in a day, now I can handle 25 because it helped me to summarize things. Then these are different variables that you need to consider and look at. If you measure the wrong thing, you could potentially make something worse because you'll be emphasizing on people doing the wrong behavior. So you have to be very careful about that. If it's something efficiency, let's say I want to improve my efficiency. I used to read legal documents and stuff like that. It takes me 2 hours at least. Now with AI, I just review what the AI has highlighted. It takes half an hour. So I save 75% of time. So that could be your success matrix. Cost driver will be things like whether there's hosting fee, whether there's development fee, whether there is like new vendor, new products, and software that you need to buy. So you need to calculate all of those things. And then when you show to your management, you would know that, okay, the cost is this, the value, the benefit is this, and the value and benefit is much more higher than the cost. Then it will be easy for you to get approvals now. Okay. Cool. Safe. Next time I should do a workshop, then people have to sit and fill up. So this is more of previews lah. I'll be jumping a lot. 1 or 2 canvas online, no need. Okay, what's the key takeaway that I put here? AI fails from weak value logic, not weak model. Value logic. So if you understand this statement, what is valuable to AI engineer is not valuable to a end customer. I may be so happy, oh, my imaging is so cool. I can identify whether this is a cat or this is a mouse or this is a kitten or this is a dog or whatever it is. So fantastic. It took people 40 years to go and build up to this stage, but nobody cares. I used to do projects that scan document. It looks at what we call optical character recognition, OCR. Now you use AI, all this AI, computer vision. The customer will be like, same thing, what? What's the difference? You take the piece of paper and you now transpose it into the system. You fill up the form. No difference. They don't feel the difference at all. So don't be hyped up on the technology, but rather really understand where the value is for the customer. Okay, so use the value canvas that I provided to you when you want to propose your next initiative and you want to build your AI proposals. So the other one is collaborate across team, because you have different parties involved. You have your tech, your IT people, you may have vendors, you may have the data people, and then you want to link together which things are you solving. If you are the user and the customer, it solves that part. But if you are doing for some other customer, you need somebody to represent the customer and really can be the voice of the customer. So desirability, feasibility, viability. So all of these things makes up something that will be successful or not. This one, okay, you guys can take back and do it. All right. Okay, what's next on my topic? I have so many things to show you guys. But I want to end on time also. So let's see. All right, so we finished up the part just now from the value canvas, and then we've had our lunch. And now this one focus more on the business side of it. So now we're talking about AI in the boardroom. So it's talking about decision making, it's talking about critical thinking, it's talking about how even in the boardroom, there are people who are unaware of AI, and what are the risks that are involved in that. So this one, if you're done already, skip. Let's do a poll. How confident are you that your current board decisions are really data-driven? How confident are you that your board decisions are data-driven? Okay, we have 200 people online. Okay, let's do 10% minimum. Okay, 15 people, 16, 18. Okay, I think we've hit our 10%. Let's review the answer. 3, 2, 1, and open. Good. Magic failed. Ta-da! Okay. So I think overall sentiment, 200 over people, is that it's in the middle. Why middle? Okay. Some are quite scared, right? They're very sad, 30 over people. So some are not confident that they are using real, proper decision, data-driven decisions. So probably they just based on their own gut feeling and biases. A lot is in the middle. So it's middle and upper lah. Okay. I will see that. I guess most companies, they do know about using data. They do present the data to their board member to get the right decisions. But the question is, what are the other challenges and how do we overcome that with AI? Okay. So thank you everyone who voted. Let me move on to the next slide. Traditional boardroom challenges. Number one is, this guy looks familiar. They use their intuition. There are companies not companies, there's an organization for those directors in Malaysia, right? So they actually upskill directors also, so that directors are more well-rounded, they are able to know how not to do certain things and what are the things that they should do. So those upskilling are happening. But more often than not, people bring in their own biases. So they may rely heavily on their intuition rather than seeing all the things that is happening. They may be doing decision based on incomplete data, and that actually causes risk lah. So the other one, yeah, cognitive biases and also groupthink. So if you have a very, let's say, strong CEO, or you have a specific, particular director who is like overpowering, and then everybody just agrees with that person, then you may have groupthink, and you're not actually making the best decision that is well-rounded. The other one is decisions are made in infrequent meetings and takes longer time, and the responsiveness, it causes slowness lah, if everything needs to go back to the board. So this one more about culture and empowerment, but in terms of responsiveness and the direction, this one we have to see how we can actually augment it and make it better. So I don't have the details, right? But there has been a telecommunication company in Europe that when they implemented their AI hiring, the AI hiring bot, actually this is not just the European telecom company, there has been other companies that actually had this issue. If you search online, you will find it. What happens is that the AI includes their biases, and then therefore they output the so-called hiring scoring that is skewed towards particular thing. So let's say, for example, IT, we're saying, oh, more guys are in IT. So then when the CVs come in, they actually filter out the ladies and never even put them as an option for the hiring. So it is kind of these biases that can actually come in, and if we are unaware of it, and your AI is a black box, then you can risk actually compliance regulatory issue where you could be fined, or somebody might end up in prison, which is quite serious. So there's a warning. There are some warnings to board members now, which is you risk falling behind if you ignore AI. So you need to be up to date on what AI cannot do, how does it apply to your company. And some companies, they are banning AI in the workplace. I think just now there were some examples. So why they are banning? If it's a security issue, then you cannot just ban because you want to ban. You must be very clear why you are banning it, and then you must give them alternative ways to utilize the necessary tools. So AI in the boardroom, it can be used as strategic enabler. I think some of you guys, I can see like there are those AI in the Zoom, in this Teams call also, who's helping to transcribe, helping to take notes, and AI can be used in many ways, right? So here, it can be used as real-time data analysis. So some board meetings, the board member might bring a consultant. In this case, you could bring in your AI as a consultant. So when you provide the data, you can use that data and you can pass it to your AI to process it, and then give you some thoughts and ideas about what are the things to ask questions, to flag risks and things like that. So the advisor can be there to help you out. The other one is that using AI to save time and optimize product development. This one, I think just now we saw some of this earlier when we are using vibe coding and those kind of things. So you can use it to test things out faster. The other one is governance. So AI can enable governance to happen in a more proactive way. So you can actually put in governance matrix and different components in place so that people are aware of what's happening, and the company essentially becomes more transparent. Yeah. So decisions are also able to be made based on the reality or the pulse check inside there. Okay, so somebody asked in the chat, is it exception reporting? Not sure what you mean by exception reporting, but what I'm trying to say here is that the board need to govern the organization. So a lot of times the data that is provided for them could be just the bottom line. It could be, oh, what is our gross revenue? What is our profit? What is our expenses? And they don't really see what are the other elements of it. But if you are a company that, let's say now we talk about ESG, right? There's a lot of focus on ESG. So what are the different components of ESG besides the carbon reporting, right? So our employees in the organization doing the things that has been set in the policy? Can we also monitor some of these things? Can we see what's the engagement level? So all of these things adds up. And if you have a lot of employees who are maybe, let's say I have a prediction model of employees that might resign. And then I can pick it up and use it as a number to look at for looking at whether the CEO that I have brought in is doing a good job. So I not only look at the bottom line, but I also look at the people part. Then you can match it together and say, hey, you're bringing up the numbers, but the people might all leave because of your way of behaving. So I can actually use that prompt to guide the CEO and say that, hey, these are some of the things that you may need to change, and it can actually help the board members as well. All right, cool. Thank you. So skills for AI enhanced boardroom. Okay, this one, I'm using a digital whiteboard. Let me share the link. Because everyone's online, so we must use digital whiteboard. Where's my Teams? Okay, there. Oh, is the link clickable? So click on the link, and then if you ask you for the password, type IFTQ. And then you should come to, it's my board mix. Okay, chat. So you should come here and ask you for a password. Put IFTQ capitalized. Then you should be able to come in here. So inside here, I have two of these big frames here. On the left side, you can see like a sticky note. So for human board member versus a AI augmented board member, I want you guys to think about what does it mean to make decision with AI assisted in the board member versus the normal board member behavior. So this is a collaborative effort. Yeah. Okay, so don't use frame. Somebody put a frame. Just down here on the sticky note here, you just click on the sticky note and then just put there. Then you can put hello. Yeah.
Belum. Saya pun baru.
Well, okay. Somebody needs to mute. Yeah, so start putting it in. You can put smaller size. Don't overwhelm. You don't have to draw. You guys having fun with the whiteboard, huh? Yeah. So let's take a couple minutes and just fill it up based on your understanding of what is example of somebody who's like normal, just the old traditional board member versus somebody who knows how to use AI and is leveraging AI. Okay. Some are tabulating. Are you able to access? No. Okay.
The link
The link dia panjang. You scan the QR, then you copy the link to your. So everyone, you're clear on the instruction? On the left side, the human part, just list out what would be the normal behavior of the board member when making decision.
by F
IFTQ.
Q.
Okay, so some are filling it out. Somebody move this down. So I can see, yeah, okay, thanks for moving it back. Decisions are made based on current situation and update by team management. Need arise. Focus on ROI. I love the chaos. This is called human messiness. Okay, so let's see some of the things written down. Manual review and more meetings. Decision are made on current situation update by management team. When urgent need arise, no actual fact and decision is based on majority. A base decision make based on past experience, yes, though it may not be relevant now. Yeah, so I think this one really hits it on the nail on the head, right? A lot of leaders are based on their, if they base only on their experience, can actually become a crutch because the world is changing so fast. But I don't want to say that it's wrong. There are some nuances here, which is their experience of knowing the human part, knowing how people behave, knowing what the customer may want, can be very deep and it can be very correct. But maybe they don't know what are the right tools and latest, AI stuff that's available and how it may shape human behavior. So being aware of that can be an important part of this. But it's not just that, oh, you're old and you can't, you're simply making decision based on past, right? They also just discuss solution among leadership, not really taking into account as currently possible. Yes. So voice of customer, I think if you look at Amazon, one of the article that I read was that their meeting room, they will have one empty chair, and the empty chair represent the customer. So they will discuss, then they will say, what if there's a customer here? What would the customer say about our thoughts and ideas? So then it creates this atmosphere where you're not just in the ivory tower and coming out with some fancy idea. The boy is running away. Oi, okay, focus on this one, EBIT, earning before what? Discussion, but sometimes no solution, may not discuss on topics. Actually, focusing on profit, that's important because without money, your company will go down. So Balancing act. Reject on every idea on innovation, reject the given budget. This sounds very personal, yeah. Impact the business, long-term strategy. Okay, so this one. AI powered one. Do we have anything interesting? You can surface risk, compliance red flag, understand the importance of data, uses data-driven analysis, predictive model. Yeah. So I think this predictive model part is the interesting part that contrasts to something that based on your past. Because if you only based on your past, you will not know what's in the future. But if you only based on predictive, then the prediction can be so wide that you don't know what it is. So I think later I will show you something called divergent and convergent thinking, where I'm taking it from the design thinking, where you do have many, many possibility, but which one is the most likely possibility? That's the important part that you should think about. Okay. Pattern recognition, forecast, anomaly detection. Okay, cool. All right, thanks. Thanks everyone for helping out here. Yeah, you can continue chanting if you want. Okay, where are we? Yeah. So human part, I think is still important. Human part definitely is required. But augmentation is the key word here. Augmentation, and when we talk about co-pilot, is essentially you're using technology to help you. So critical thinking is one of the important parts. Just now we talk about predictive. We want to know what the possible future, what the potential things that happen, but you also need to have the critical thinking where you challenge back the assumption, where you look at the scenario, does it really make sense, or is it just out of the world? Is it hallucinating? Recognition of patterns. I think AI, this one talking about AI can detect subtle trends or anomalies that human might overlook. We humans have something called a recency bias. That's why marketing, they say top of mind. That's why you keep on seeing billboard, you're driving, you see billboard. So you tend to think of the thing that's more recent and familiar at that point in time, and you cannot see the long-term kind of pattern. That's why people, if you talk about investment, people make the same mistake again and again. So AI can help to see those things in the long term, and it can help you with more critical decision making. So data literacy, usually board members, they are people who are like in accounts, finance, because a lot of times board members are supposed to look at the financial health of the company. And sometimes they may not be kind of in tune to what's happening in the other areas, not in the finance. And then it kind of get overemphasized on the finance part. So if they can be provided with insights about the certain data, what's happening out there in the world, what is the trend moving towards, then they can make better decisions. One example I can say is let's say you used to be a railway company, you're KTM. So KTM now doesn't make that much money compared to before, when you have a lot of bus and you have like Air Asia and all those kind of cheap, airplane flights. So if your board member looks at it and say, oh, things are going down, but you're not making a decision to switch or pivot or change the company, then you'll forever be a railway company. But if you're clear that, hey, I can foresee that these things are changing, the trends are changing, and if our company is a railway company, we can never change. If our company is a company that help to transport people and goods, then maybe we can switch to a bus company. Maybe we can switch to a budget airline. So there are a lot of this kind of consideration, and you cannot make this decision if you don't have the information or the data to talk about it, to explore new things, right? strategic foresight. Actually, some of these things, you don't actually do it in the board meeting. You do it before that, or you do it in some of your other meetings when you do strategic planning. So if you go for a planning meeting, you have certain data, you try to interpret it, you don't know. So AI can help you. If you're not good with AI, you can hire some young fellow who's really good at AI. You tell them what you're trying to do. He will help you to build, he or she will help you to build the AI to understand the trend, look at the historical data, and you can get new insights that you otherwise wouldn't have. And finally, I think for board, it's important to always remember that board needs to look at the company, not just financially, but also in terms of regulatory, in terms of ethical. So you have to be careful on the biases that comes in, compliance and all those kind of ethical things. And be careful when you're using AI that is a black box. Okay. What else did I have on my mind? Okay, yeah, I think I mentioned already. Okay. Human AI partnership. Same as the co-pilot thing. So we want the integration of AI in the boardroom. We don't want to say that, oh, because we have AI, then we don't need board member. Maybe you be an AI board member to challenge all the other board members. I think one of the countries have actually created an AI minister. Anybody knows? Yeah, maybe you can do a quick search. AI minister. So the AI minister is taking care of like procurement and purchasing and all those kind of things and it's actually part of a serving in the ministry. It's quite funny. So it's very interesting what's happening. So okay, so remember the AI is not to replace human, it's to be partnering and it's to be a co-pilot, it's to be helping out. The other one will be, it can help it as a governance tool, reducing information gap. It help you to look for pattern. You can ask it to prompt it to help you to ask the right questions and make sure that your questions get answered so that nothing is missed out. Okay, and then human interpretation. Okay, so what else do I have here? Call to action. Oh, this is my sales pitch. So there are other trainings. Responsible AI leadership, building an AI-driven business strategy. So these are some of the other trainings that I can do. Let me see, what else do I have here? Okay, so this one wraps up for the board one. Any questions? Let me check. Somebody has an answer. Albania, correct. Albania AI Minister. This one. Yeah, you can check out the news. Albania introduces AI Minister in public procurement. Okay, my next topic. Presentation. All right. Okay. This one is a deck that's created after I prompted and using AI to show a big picture of real-world applications of AI as a overall, so that I think because there are a lot of different people in the call and here as well from different industry, different things. So I just wanted to have something to cover as many areas as possible so we can see that. First off is AI and its impact, okay? So this one's talking about AI is revolutionizing and kind of touching multiple sectors. The very similar notes that I took and put into the notebook LM, the video they watched earlier, this one covers essentially very similar things. It talks about things like healthcare, finance, transportation, sustainability, government, everything is touching. It's touching, from your personal organization and your government as well. So AI in healthcare, I did a talk with the hospital as well. So I did a lot of deep research about AI in healthcare. AI is accelerating drugs discovery. So in the healthcare, there's something called the protein folding. So I think Google came up with this AlphaFold. It's able to do those kind of simulation and it's able to create medical discoveries much faster than they can do in the lab. So it's kind of like a digital twin of those kind of like protein folding type of activity. So it's accelerating drug discoveries. Surveillance-wise, actually, if I remember this story correctly, Google has some way to kind of detect whether there could be a potential outbreak. So for example, let's say I live in PJ section 13 or something like that, and then somebody got dengue over there, and then all the neighbors start searching dengue, avoid dengue. Then before the person goes to the clinic or more people get infected, Google may already know that there could be a dengue outbreak. So you can imagine if these kind of things, like you tap onto like search engine, those kind of things, or even ChatGPT, everybody's searching how to prevent dengue, how to cure dengue or whatever it is, right? Then they can send alert to, let's say, the government, BBKL or MBPJ, come and do the spraying and stuff like that, right? So these things is where AI can actually come in and help to identify the pattern and immediately do kind of surveillance and let people know what's happening even before it gets worse. So if you think about COVID, how can we prevent that from happening again, right? So if AI can help to prevent, monitor, and inform people of the risk area, then we can actually reduce the size of the pandemic. Improving of patient care. FDA-approved devices. So like I said, I did a talk recently, and I did the research. 2 years ago, there was about 100 AI FDA-approved devices. Then now, after 2 years, there's 900 over. So from 100 to 900, everybody jumping on the AI bandwagon and getting their AI-approved FDA, medical devices onto the market. So yeah, talking about drug discovery just now, patient care. This one is just some details of just now the things like IBM Watson, personalized treatment. But actually in the medical field, they have challenges where the privacy and data storage. Because hospital A is using this system and their records is in this system. Hospital B is using another system and you don't share the information, even though you're the same patient and you cannot carry the information. So maybe if there are some innovators or startups person over there, you can solve this problem, you can make a lot of money. So kind of you're carrying your own personal data around to the different hospitals. I don't know, maybe you can tie it with crypto or what do you call that, blockchain technology as well. So AI in transportation and logistics. This one, yeah, autonomous vehicle. We all know about that. And we all know about the incident where they crash. They go, crash. So autonomous vehicle using AI. I think Malaysia susah because Malaysia road is so bad. You don't know where's the line going. There are smart cities optimizing traffic flow, and I think what do you call that? Even the what IoT devices, the sensors, the dustbin, the lights, and everything is like equipped with sensors. So like this one, they talk about the Alibaba brain. So integrate AI into the entire city's infrastructure lah. Then there's supply chain optimization. So if you think big scale like Amazon, they use AI all over the place, and they use robots. They continually evolve and improve their operational processes lah. So I really like this kind of mindset of continuous improvement. Okay, I'm looking at the time. We're supposed to have a break at 2:30, right? So let's have a 10-minute break. Now it's 2:35. We just take a 10-minute break and then we'll resume at 2:45. Everyone online, okay? So 10-minute break. Okay, so I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. You see, this one is called Copilot Studio. So in the Copilot Studio, you can actually build your own agents. In this case, there are some example of templates that they can help you to build. So let's say I created an idea coach like a travel agency. Yeah, so it actually ask you questions like that. So you have conversation with it. It is kind of trained in that way. I think somebody in the chat earlier talked about HR. So if you create an agent, I'm here to help you build the agent. HR agent to allow employee to search. Yeah, so it even suggest you the name. So you can find things like leave policy, blah, blah, blah. How I load my company then this goes into the integration to your data set. You can upload your company directly as a known source to your HR agent. Essentially, this Copilot Studio, you need this agent to have access to your SharePoint, and then your SharePoint must have the specific documents where your policy sits, and then you instruct it to refer to that document when you want to reply on all these things like dress code, work from home guidelines, stuff like that. Okay.
For the online one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There you can announce to them. Hi people online. Jesslyn wants to take your handsome and pretty faces. So if you don't mind, can you put on the camera?
Stop sharing screen.
Stop. Okay. Yeah. What about the picture of the people here at the end?
Physically.
Okay. Later. Later, everyone drop from the call because they don't want their picture taken. Okay. Hi, Wendy. I can see you.
Hi everyone.
Oh, I got a mute.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Yes.
I think you shouldn't unmute. You just talk here. The mic can pick you up.
Everyone, please switch on switch on switch on your camera.
Or
Yes.
if you cannot on your camera, then we will have to AI your face inside.
Put your photo inside. Put your profile photo.
It's okay. Whoever can on the camera, do on the camera. We just wanna have a group photo before everybody like may need to drop off and stuff like that. Actually, there's a what together view. Like there's a view speaker together mode. There.
Expected.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Where's the other 190?
Try to find it.
Which one? Oh, it's at the views.
Oh, views.
Yeah.
And there's still a few seats there. Please take your seat.
Never mind, just take.
The virtual background. The blue virtual background.
Reaction.
Of the virtual background in wait. Hey, anyone ready? Come on.
Okay, nah.
One more. Okay.
Not bad, not bad. The Radi has a avatar. Okay, cool.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so let's continue. So where do we stop? Autonomous vehicle. What that? It's so weird when you have the echo there. Supply chain, inventory management, efficiency, demand forecast. Actually, if you're not in the industry, all of these things doesn't really click on. But when you're in the industry, you look at it like, yes, we need this good. Streamline logistics, reducing waste. And it's actually very hard to achieve the real high level quality of the outputs that you really want. It's not easy. That's why when people have an idea of what they want, when they actually try to do it, it's very hard. That's why I need to iterate and improve and tweak until it's really good. Okay, finance and security. Let's talk about real-time fraud detection. I think same in the video earlier is talking about, oh, imagine if you get a call from your bank saying that do you buy 100 rubber chicken? That's when the fraud detection are already analyzing the transactional data. So you can imagine right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, in 5 seconds. So how do you know that when the fraud has actually happened in that 5 seconds? 20,000 10,000 transactions have gone through the exchange. So if you don't have the AI in order to analyze and look at the pattern, then you'll be too late by the time you try to catch the fraud. This one, if you do a Google search on JP Morgan's COIN, COIN, which is their contract reviewing things, they claim to be able to save, I think, what, 300,000 hours or something like that per year. So that's really massive hours of saving. But then this one raises different questions where people will be saying like, oh, if young so-called paralegal or legal people come out and they want to go and work for this company, they want to review your contract, then you say, I don't have job for you, then how are they going to get experience? How are they going to get work? So there are different problems that is happening because of a lot of this automation. But essentially, some of these things which are language-based, which last time computers are not very good to do it. Now, because of AI, it understands language, understand the context, is able to do it very well. So you can see that this part of, if you were doing this job in the past, then your job actually gets threatened. It's true, but not all jobs. So, okay, real-time fraud detection for that, document analysis. AI for sustainability and agriculture. I think there are apps that you can download even for personal level. Let's say you like to grow stuff in your home, in your garden, and then the plant is not doing well. So you use the app, you scan, you on the camera, then it can actually detect what is wrong with the plant, and it can give you recommendation how to solve the problem. Some people want to cut it, some people put eggshell or put some sort of fertilizer and things like that. So these kind of things is at a personal level, but imagine it at a grand scale where you have acres and acres of farmland and you fly your drone over it. It can tell you what's wrong with different areas. Do you need to have more water? Do you need to have more fertilizer? Do you need to, is there a risk of pests attacking your crops and stuff like that? So then if it becomes so good, so smart that imagine after the drone fly over, your first drone is a scout, then you tell the other drone to go and send the pesticide or send the things. So then you have an army of drones that's doing your farming for you. So these are just like things that people are imagining and some people are already developing and doing. Climate mitigation. This one, tools like this Climate GPT is provide insights for potential environment impact. A lot of these things are ongoing. There are a lot of small pockets. In fact, there are so many different areas that we can look at for improvements within your company, for you personally, for ideas that you want to bring to market if you are an entrepreneur. AI in governance and public safety. Okay. What's that show? Minority Report. The person in the water.
It's like bush.
Yeah. So predictive policing, right? If people are able to use surveillance, analytics, and see how people behave, I think cameras set up at like busy street corners that is able to have face detection or able to see the person going up and down the same in front of the jewelry shop, then they can flag the person as
They cannot see the slide.
can't see already. Oh, that's weird. Let me stop and share. Muted, unmute. Okay, I'm back. Okay, share. Okay, can see already? Okay. Actually, I don't have many things open though. It's just, okay, I close Excel, I close Microsoft Word, Microsoft Team. Okay, don't close Microsoft Team. Okay. So, okay, so what are we saying here? We are talking about Minority Report. And then I think I was talking about how we can set up cameras in like hotspots, in public places, like let's say in front of a pavilion and those places where people are crossing the road and stuff like that. Then if you see people lingering there all the time, they could be pickpocket, they could be those kind of things that the cameras can identify. So I definitely this goes into privacy concern also. You don't want the government to monitor you. I guess in China you don't have a choice, but in other countries like in Malaysia, you don't have a choice. But I believe that over time, more and more of these things will be put in place. It's in the name of security, in the name of safety, but it also takes away some of our privacy lah. So there are a lot of debates going on around this. Managing of resources. So if you use AI to allow, like for example, emergency and all those things to let government agencies, ambulance and things know where to go, how to do it, how to which areas to go first, which area to go second, then you can actually be able to achieve more. In a way, the challenge that humans have is that it's very hard for us to look at big picture and complexity and identify the right course of action. Where else having I mean, in a way you can do it, but you might take one whole day to analyze all the messy things, right? But AI can do it much more faster if you train it in a way and then you straight away able to take action on it. Threat detection through data analysis, also very much predictive lah. So proactive measure to mitigate risk before they happen. So maybe this one quite interesting also. If somebody can develop something for cyberbullying, you can analyze the social media of kids, what they're doing, or you have a bot running around in Roblox playing with them. And then warning their parents about the danger and risk. Okay, so that one's on government, and now workforce and operational efficiency. I think these are all productivity lah. Administrative tasks. If you're doing repetitive, boring tasks, you can replace with AI. Please be the person that comes up with the solution, because when you learn how to build that productivity thing, then you are much more valuable because you are the one that's using the tools. Summarization. This one actually is easy to think that, oh, AI can already, take the transcription and then summarize, right? But it's not easy to do it in an accurate and good way. Give you an example. If I'm a doctor, and you come and meet me and we have consultation for a few minutes, we talk about stuff, I'll be asking, oh, how are you, how's your family, how's the kids and stuff like that, right? All of those things doesn't matter for your medical record. But if all of those things get summarized and put into your record, then like, it's not related. So making it useful and fit for purpose, you have to teach it that, okay, all of these things, it doesn't matter. All of those other things, it matters. So you can put it in so that you save the doctor's time, and then you can get all the medical record updated without the doctor saying, wait 5 minutes, let me key in, or wait until the end of the day, only I key in, I forgot all the important things. So the technology is there. The valuable things that need to be picked out still need to be designed, need to be built. Document draft efficiently. I think these are quite standard. Using it to do your proposals and writing and all those things. And future outlook. I think future outlook basically goes back to just now what the video talked about. We have the same technology that can create. We have the same technology that can destroy. So think of it in a very negative way. Just now we talked about protein folding, right? We can advance the medicine, the creation of medicine to help humanity. But if I use it in the opposite way, what does that mean? I can design bioterrorism, viruses, faster using AI and using the technology. So what's stopping terrorism from happening if the tool is so easily accessible and readily available? So this is a very scary thought. It's kind of stuff that keeps up the governments at night. So for us normal folks, we try to focus on our productivity. We try to focus on learning stuff so that we can build stuff and use it for the betterment of our jobs and our companies. Okay, so that's this one. So I hope that you guys are really getting a lot of value. I think I've covered quite a lot of things across the board, and I think I just have one more last deck to kind of wrap things up. The video I've already played. Any question you can put into the chat. If I didn't answer your question earlier, you can put again. So sorry. Okay, we can quickly wrap this up, take some question, then we're done for the day. Presenter view. Okay, this is my last bunch of slides. And here we want to talk about clarity of purpose. So I did touch a bit about it, about intentionality and having that kind of understanding of what you want to achieve. So first off, so artificial intelligence is advancing really, really fast. Do you guys here in the room know what is the difference of ANI, AGI, and ASI? No? Anyone in the chat knows what's the difference? ANI, AGI, ASI. Anyone? I give the first one away. ANI stands for Artificial Narrow Intelligence. Narrow intelligence meaning that large language model that you can use to chat with it is a narrow intelligence. It just knows how to chat. Okay, some are saying no. Come on. I know some of you guys who know hiding in the chat. So narrow intelligence, it will be like 99% of all the things we are talking about, AI is all talking about narrow intelligence. AGI is what big companies like OpenAI is trying to build, which is called artificial general intelligence. If you reach the level of general intelligence, just now we talked about agent, right? Imagine that AI is like an agent, but it's like a human agent. They can do whatever they want. They can build whatever they want. They can build their own AI. They're smart enough, and AI is already collecting so much data from every source in the world. So their intelligence level is like kind of like on par with human beings. So that's a quite a scary thought. And ASI goes even further. Okay, so ASI stands for AGI stands for general intelligence. ASI stands for super intelligence. So that's even more into the future. And I think that one you think about the matrix already lah. So right now, most of the things we are talking about is ANI, narrow intelligence, and that one is already so powerful. I don't know how many years away we are from achieving general intelligence, and I think Sam Altman from OpenAI say 2027, he might be able to come up with something. But once those kind of things potentially happens, it will be a very interesting thing to see because it could impact your entire world to a lot of jobs may be impacted and we have to consider the implications. So a lot of think tanks, governments, they're all talking about what if the reality hits and actually majority of the humans actually don't need to do their job because AI can do the job better and you can just let it do the job for you. Somehow I find like some content is missing. One moment, yeah. No, not this. Okay, I don't know where's my content gone. Let me just bring it up by talking. Do you guys remember there was a recent news saying that MIT did a study and people who are using AI, they are using their brain less. Yeah, so it was in the news, right? So the MIT study claimed that they were they were getting people to write essay. Some people were using ChatGPT, and then some people are forced to write their own essay. So what do you think of that study? Any thoughts? In the chat, you also know.
So,
The results. Do you think that using ChatGPT will make you dumber? Like what they claim?
in a way, yes.
In a way, yes. How?
Because, like for instance, right, look for answers in ChatGPT.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't really double confirm.
Sometimes you don't double confirm. Yes.
Yeah,
Good.
you don't double confirm. So you don't know whether it's true or not.
Uh-huh.
Or might be it's a made up one, or is it accurate
Yes.
on the accuracy level as well? So there are things that when you really have to like check it actually.
Yes, correct.
But then it depends on how you use it. Yeah. For
Okay.
instance,
I found my slide already. Yeah. I must have skipped it. Too excited. Okay. Let me pause this one because I feel like something is missing. Where did my slide go? You guys are getting too much value for it. How come we never charge for this one? Yeah, so let me show you this slide. This slide is talking about the AI brainstorm to human judgment. I remember this morning I told you that I'm going to show you a bit about the design thinking, convergent, divergent thinking. So this is the slide there. And this one talks about how AI helps you to think wide and human help you to be wise. You need to think of the okay, so this one. So this one the MIT study. That's what's missing. So they claim that the ChatGPT user, the part of the brain never get activated. Whereas the non-ChatGPT user, wow, their brain all light up. They're actually doing a lot of thinking and writing. So I think their job is to write essay. And yes, I agree with you. If your job is to write essay, but you go and copy paste, you never check, then of course you don't use your brain. Okay, I ask you this question. If you're the editor of a newspaper, you don't write the article, right? You are the writer. Okay? Your job, you're an editor. The writer send you the article to read. Do you still activate your brain to read you?
Yeah.
Definitely lah.
Yes.
So if I give you two articles and say one is AI, one is not AI, you will use the same brain activity to read it and check which one you think is AI, which one you think is not AI, and you will see which article is better for your magazine or newsreader. So you actually activate the brain. So the problem that this study I feel is maybe it's meant for like students. If you go to school and you don't use your brain, you copy paste directly. Oh, lecturer give this question, paste. Okay, paste out, remove that part, and then and then submit it. Of course, your brain doesn't develop. Of course, you never build that neural pathway, and you cannot write properly essays in the future. But if your job is the editor, your brain still works totally fine. So that's where you, as the human, need to know how to use your brain and when to use your brain. I would think of it this way. Let's say I work in the warehouse, I use a forklift. Does people come and say, oh, why you don't use your muscle? You should carry that heavy thing and then put it up there. I mean, like, but I have technology here. It's the forklift. Well, a company buy it for me to go and use so I don't get injured. But if your job is to go to the gym to get healthy, exercise, remove your fats or whatever it is, then it's a different job. That's why just now the AI canvas we talk about job. You must be clear on your job, what you're supposed to do. When I do training and sometimes people, we have an idea and stuff like that, you can use AI, no problem. But after that, you need to review it. That's where your activation happen. And that's where there's a difference here. So I hope you guys can get it. Yeah. There's a very, very big difference here. So don't just say like, oh, ChatGPT make you stupider. Like you go to the gym to exercise, yes, but you use the forklift, you use the equipment of it in order to do your job, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I want to end on time earlier. So essentially, I think I'll just skip this demo. This one I wanted to show you is that when you ask AI, give me 10 ideas, give me 20 ideas, give me 50 ideas, you can prompt it. Go and learn how to do prompting in a correct way. You can also prompt it and ask, give me ideas and give me the things like desirability, viability, feasibility, percentage, high and low based on this type of user. You can actually do it in that way as well. So it can help you. In terms of divergent thinking, you go for quantity. In terms of convergent thinking, you filter the quantity and you decide on which one you think is the best. So, example, what shall we eat for dinner? A divergent thinking is that, oh, we can eat Japanese food lah, we can eat mama lah, we can eat McDonald's, A&W, we can eat, I don't know, nasi lemak. So divergent is as many as possible and you can go wide. If you want to use AI for ideas, it can help you a lot, right? If you say, I want to eat Malaysian food, then it will narrow down, but it can still give you so many different types of Malaysian food, from, I don't know, Nyonya food to Malay food, Chinese food, Indian food. Sabah Sarawak also got different food, right? So you can go divergent. But the thing is, convergent is where you filter things down. So what food can we eat? Because nowadays, we are going into very personalized. Let's say I have health issue. I have allergies. I'm a vegan. Do you see how that limits all of the options down? But let's not talk about problems. Let's say that I really love to eat chicken, and anything other than chicken I don't eat, right? So you can filter down, and in order to know that is where our human strength is. Of course, this is just food selection, you already know. But how do you know what makes somebody feel happy, excited? You know, how do you know if your product is gonna make them tell their friends about it? How do you know? How do you make that experience? Is it just the product, or is it the experience of buying the product and unboxing it? You know, like the iPhone experience, like, oh, it's opening up and then it drops on the floor. but it's the entire experience. So when we focus on like when you, oh, I can do this, I can do that, then it's like it's just a lot of mess. When you focus on filter down what can be done, then that's where you get the value. And both of it need to happen. If you don't have enough ideas, you cannot filter out and eliminate the ideas. If you only have a few ideas, then you can only play with that few ideas. So here, this is called the double diamond. Usually in design thinking, I use this. So this part is you define. This is called the problem space. You try to diverge. First, you understand who's the customer, who are you serving, right? You diverge. What are all the problems that they potentially have? What are all the pain and gain? So remember the value canvas that I showed earlier. Then after that, you converge back. What is a specific problem that I feel is their biggest problem? If you identify that somebody, let's say, didn't eat enough vegetable, then you say, oh, you eat this vitamin, it's good for you. Since you don't eat so much vegetable, you eat this vitamin, over time you can get healthier. Okay. But if there's another person there like having a heart attack, and you say, hey, have some vitamin, over time you'll be healthier, of course, the guy will be dead. But the thing is, if somebody's having a heart attack and you have a pill that if he eats it, he won't die, which one will cost more money? Which one is people willing to pay? Okay, so just put that in your mind. How big is the impact? How severe is it? So these are all the things that you want to solve, the biggest issue, the most urgent, the most painful stuff. And there's a difference of painkiller versus vitamin. So these are all the parts. So if you identify a specific problem, the heart attack problem, instead of the vitamin problem, then how do you solve the heart attack problem? You design, oh, this one way to solve it, this another way, this another way. But sometimes for us, when we come up with ideas, oh, I came up with 3 ideas. I think the first one is the best. My best idea is the first one. That's the tyranny of the first idea, where we fall in love with our first idea because it's just so familiar. That's why we have to come up with many ideas and synthesize and come up with many ideas before we start eliminating. That's where this double diamond activity is very important. And using AI, plugging AI in here will help you to do that better. And then only you. Okay, so there's problem space on the left, solution space on the right. Where can AI help? So AI can help in the divergent part, going up. So they can help you to list out all the potential problems. Prompt it, you say, okay, this is my persona, this is the customer, what are the problems that they might face, what are the blind spots that they may not really know, what are things that they may say that they are happy with, but actually they are not. So you answer all those questions, then you synthesize it, then you try to figure out which one do you think is a real pain point. And you must understand that from the lens of the job that they're trying to do. Then after that, you diverge to many ideas, and then you filter out to one idea. So I don't go too deep into this, then it'll be design thinking class. So humans will do the converging part and identify what do I think is a real problem. If you do some prototype, you find it's not correct, then you can actually go back to the problem and then you find the other problem and you try the real combination. So you can repeat this multiple times. But essentially, use AI, human and AI together to do that. So AI do the heavy lifting of thinking of all the problems. So this one is supposed to do a demo of ideas, how can you reduce employee burnout. So how do you reduce employee burnout? Each of you just one.
give fair use of using AI as tools.
Okay, next. I'll ask you to check. Okay, time's up. So I've asked AI and AI has given me an answer. I said, list out 100 ideas that can reduce employee burnout. So workload, set realistic performance expectation, avoid excessive multitasking. Okay, so let's read that. It even categorized for me. So promote flexible working hour.
That doesn't apply in English.
So that's the thing, right? When you're throwing idea, right? The moment you say that doesn't, right, then you actually slow down your momentum, then you slow down your idea generation. So there's a technique to try to get. But anyway, that aside, the main thing here is that you can use AI and all of these things come out. Then you're already doing it, which is you're doing this part. You're doing this conversion part. So you're like, oh, AI came out with 100 ideas. Bodoh one, this one. It doesn't apply in our culture. Then you prompt something, you can prompt against how does it apply to Malaysian culture, for example. And then we have this, I upload the HR law or something like that, and then what we can do, what we cannot do. Then you can give a lot of ideas also, then you can filter from there. So that's an example. I just do a demo of how we can do that. So AI can help you to speed up this entire process. Imagine a class used to take half a day to just do one part of this. Now I can do it in 1 hour, and then we can spend more time doing the filtering down, something that we feel is even more benefiting. Okay, so these are some of the use cases. There are people like IDEO. The IDEO is where they came up with the design thinking. So they are always looking at ways to improve. So they are still doing rapid prototyping. They are working with OpenAI to do what do you call it, idea generating GPT and all those kind of stuff. So you can get a lot of ideas and then they'll filter down. So essentially they are already doing it. This one is where this is more marketing, okay? So marketing, normally, if you're a marketing in the company and you're doing marketing, you work with agency come up with concept, you agree with their concept or you ask them modify the concept, then you go and do a marketing campaign. In this way, it's using AI and say that all you designers around the world come and join my contest. You can use our AI platform to generate our iconic Coca-Cola. You generate using the prompt that fits our brand, fits our ethics, fits our impact that we want to show to people. And then the winners will get their design featured on big billboard in prominent places. Your name will be there, and so you get some attraction. And then on top of that, you will be invited to join our Real Magic Creativity Academy. So you join the academy, then it's another way to maybe hire potential employees in the marketing team. So they are mixing a lot of the elements together, AI lah, marketing lah, HR lah, and all of those things all together. And at the end of the day, all the ideas that are coming, they are curated and there are people who view it and see how it's attractive and all, and then they will have the judging criteria lah, to go into it. So the human will be the one that makes the final judgment. And there are a lot of different ways to play around and use AI as part of the entire process or campaign lah, but it is not the be all and end all of it. Okay, so I'm not going to drill down on the example of the demo. Too much AI can cause chaos. I put the left brain, right brain image over here because the right brain part of us is supposed to be the creative brain. Usually it gets shut down when we go to school. because in school there's only one correct answer on your exam paper. So we become very left brain. When we write, we all right, must follow this thing, then we become like robots, and then we lose our creative juices. So we can use AI to help us to get all the ideas. It comes back to us. That's good. Then we can continue using our logical, critical thinking left brain and filter it down so you can use left brain, right brain working together. If you're too stuck on the, oh, this cannot be done, that cannot be done, then you'll forever be stuck and then you're not able to move forward. So, some ways to do this, I think just now the double diamonds example. Another one is like you have the divergent and the human converge, then you join, you work, and you filter, and you narrow down, and you do experiment and keep trying again. So it looks something like this. Like this. So the human will define the context, the purpose. Why are we doing this? What is it for? Just now, the value canvas also, what's our strategic intent? What's the purpose that we're trying to do this? Is it to really just, handle customer and keep them out quickly, or is it to make them feel comfortable and then get a high customer satisfaction score? So we need to be very good at defining the problem. But of course, you can come back and circle, okay? So if you didn't define it very well, you can still proceed. You will do a divergent. Okay, what are the potential things, the ideas that you have, you can do? Then you converge again, just not the double diamond. I think this is the problem that people have. I think this is the solution that we can do. Then you can use vibe coding to go and code something. You can test it out. You can try it with people. Then from there, you can see whether it makes sense or not. Then you go up to number 5, which is you reflect, and you find that, oh, I think this doesn't work. Maybe we need to revisit, redefine what is our intention and what we're trying to achieve. And then you go a few loops. Once you've achieved the ideal situation, you will know. Then you can move on to the next thing. So continuous learning, continuous evolution, continuous improvement can happen here within each different section of your organization and also cross-functionally. So the loop helps better decision, diversity of thought, faster innovation with oversight, the human inside the loop, sustainable creativity, and also make sure you consider the ethics as well. Yeah, there was a study by McKinsey saying that 40% faster of project scoping when they use AI. Same like when we do workshop for design thinking, we can use AI and have a lot more ideas and we can do faster. Okay, so this is another simulation. I'm going to skip this. This one, I think I repeated. You should know the answer, right? Where do you let AI diverge while human converge? Anyone in the chat want to answer? I let the people here chill a bit. Anyone in the chat? Where could you let AI diverge? Anyone? Oh no, everyone dropped on the call. No, just kidding. We start unmuting people. Okay, so Jaslyn, help me to monitor in case. Okay, so key takeaway: AI create the possible, human create the purposeful. AI go wide, human help to narrow down. Diverge and converge. The magic happen when both collaborate together. Think of it as discipline. You must diverge first before you converge. The more options you have, the more options that you can filter. Oh, So I have AI innovation and experimentation and driving effective adoption. There are different topics that we can do as part of the bigger training if you guys are interested. Then lastly is that AI challenges us not to think less, but to think better. The problem is that when we try to be creative and innovative, it doesn't come to us immediately, automatically, and AI can help to open that up. So use it in the correct way, then you can really benefit from it. Okay. Any update from the chat?
No.
Okay, nobody want to answer? Okay, no problem. I'm almost at the end already. Presenter view. So yeah, this is just a wrap up card. So amid all the acceleration, all the AI things are happening, always remember why are you building it. Always go back to your purpose. Other than AI projects itself, I think one of the problem with today is that especially young people, when they come out to work, right, they're looking for purpose and clarity of purpose. If they come out to work and they work in a company that is doing some stuff that doesn't align with their purpose, they may not even join. It's different from the old days post-war, right? Where our parents' time, they're like, oh, study hard, work hard, you get promoted, just show up to work every day, So it's like when you have a job, you have to be happy that you have a job. Now, then our age, I think people start jumping companies. They say, oh, if I jump, I get higher salary and stuff like that. Now it's like, I don't want to jump. The company is not doing a good thing. Oh, they're not ESG compliant and stuff like that. So a lot of things goes to purpose. So it's not just purpose of it's personal and also company. They want the purpose to jive. So if you're a leader in a company and you're not even clear what's the purpose of your company, then you need to rewind back and really reinvestigate what is the purpose of the existence of your company. Who are you serving? Why are you doing what you're doing? And what else can you do? So that's where options open up. Why do you build an AI? Does it serve your company's purpose? If it does not serve your company purpose, and some company, okay, these are happening, right? Their goal is to use AI automation so that they can fire people and save costs. Do you want to work in the company? Do you think people want to work in your company? Right? If the purpose of AI is to grow the company so that my people are released from the administrative work and they can do more and we can pivot, we can do even more things, isn't that where you feel more happy to work with? Unless you're evil, villain, then I think the path of growth is where people should lean towards, and like very traditional, only looking at the bottom line type of management, you will have this problem now. So no matter how good your AI project is, if your company is not aligned, then you will always have breakdowns. So many rush into AI without clarity of purpose. Sorry, the font is not that good. So sometimes in our quest for efficiency, we overlook the importance of a intention, right? It doesn't matter how fast we run if we're running in the wrong direction. Turning point. Purpose is used as a compass. I don't know how frequently you've heard the word North Star. So if you have a North Star, people around can go towards the North Star. The boss, the management just point the North Star. You don't have to tell, oh, do this, do that, and tell people on the ground what to do. You just say, that's the direction we're going, let's go together. So you want to empower people, you want to enable people. It's no longer that factory worker, right? You hire somebody off the street, not educated, you need to teach them exactly step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what to do, what's the SOP. Now everybody comes out with a degree, master's, a PhD, and you're the only one that is like, oh, I just did SEM. but the thing is, people are so smart now. You, as leaders, you need to point them the direction, you need to empower them, give them the tools, then make it so that they can help you to achieve the direction, the goal that you want. So learning, educating, able to leverage on tools, new techniques, new technology, building new apps for the company. You need to create an environment for them. I think AI and healthcare, we talked about it a lot, quite a lot just now. This one is an ongoing thing. I think we could see a lot of advancement in healthcare, but it's coming slow and steady lah. I would say that the artificial narrow intelligence that we're using now for the chat and conversation is not quite deep, because theirs is like narrow specialized. So there are a lot of advancement in the area of imaging, because the quality of AI to do imaging has improved a lot. So they can look at all the different patterns, identify potential area where there could be a growth or something out of out of normal, and they can highlight it to the radiologist to be able to do the next step. So actually, 4 years ago, a few years ago, some people say, oh, radiologists won't have any job in the future. But now they realize that radiologists have a job. It's just that they are augmented by the technology. So other than radiologists, there are new things coming up for cardio, and there will be new things coming out as well. Who knows, later in the future, brain scan can identify if you have predictive potential brain problems and stuff like that, and you can do something about it early on. Small businesses, yes, definitely. I think this one it just ties back to productivity lah. If you're in a big company and you're doing some administrative tasks, you just automate it. If you're a small business, then you have a lot of these tools available for you at a very cheap price. So imagine I can build my own like record keeping or CRM software rather than pay $20 per month to use, I don't know, HubSpot or something like that. The human core. So what's valuable? Empathy. So keyword, if there's nothing else you remember from today, is empathy. Ethics. So ethics can guide the innovation. Critical thinking, decision making. We need to apply critical thinking on all the messiness. Be careful of the biases and the what do you call it? Hallucination by AI. So be careful. There are smart ways to prompt around that, because you can ask AI to tell you what is the percentage of their accuracy, so that they can tell you if it's a low one, then there's a chance they will hallucinate. So you can learn about prompting over there. Creativity and meaning. Okay, what do you put down here? Okay, I put one point down here. As machines get better at thinking, we must get better at meaning. Don't try to become more robot. Humans should not try to become AI. AI has all the knowledge, all in the data center. We should not try to beat AI. We should focus on what is meaningful to us. Now that we have AI, do we need to memorize the calculation table? I don't know. But these are the things that you have to think about. Don't outsource your thinking, your brain to AI, but use it as a partner to work together as a co-pilot partner. Okay. Yeah, this is just wrapping up. So so integrate technology together with humanity, work together, and don't just over-rely, but make the meaning for yourself. I think that's all that I have, and I have the QR for feedback, right? So any questions as I look for the QR code? Yeah, what's the question?
You're all AI user. we can build our own website and consider ourselves web developer using AI to its advantage. I'm interested to know how to build one. Maybe you can share in high level how to train AI or LLM and what's the prerequisite to be in that position.
I didn't catch it.
It's a very
Okay, I believe. Okay, those who are good, can you scan the evaluation form, please, and fill it out before we end? Let me just look at the question. Share in high level how to train AI LM and what's the prerequisite to be in position. So the question is here, I think for the rest we need to see. So the thing that how to train the AI LLM. There's actually something called RAG, Resource Augmented Generation. So when we don't have to actually train the AI model, that means like, for example, now the OpenAI has GPT-5, before that is 4 or 4.0 or 4.0 mini, there may be many different versions of it. So that is the AI companies building the chatbot model, okay, the large language model. There are also small language models, okay. But RAG, resource augmented generation, is where you are actually putting your knowledge into the specific AI. Let's say you create, just now we're talking about creating an AI chatbot for HR. So you can ask questions about policy and everything, right? You want the policy to reflect what is your company's policy, not just like any policy. So when you train it, it's not actually training the model. You're actually providing it data where it can take the data to give it the accurate information. If you look at my just now, the Word document that I was doing the scenario of a frontliner staff in a telecommunication company. So the data that you will pull out is the data from the billing system. So it knows who is this customer, how much of data do they use, what plan are they on, are they using do they have a contract with the company, when does it end? So the data that you provide to the model will be able to serve its purpose for you. So I hope that answers the question. A new message. Oh, I have a digital twin, is it a duplicate? The morning and afternoon session.
Yeah.
So which one?
I do. I do. Because I think earlier we split it into two different sessions, morning and afternoon, right? So some they attend morning, but I see the participants seems like they attend the full day. Yeah, so you can just choose time. The question is the same.
Any question from the floor? Any other thing you want to see? You want to see my local AI? So while you guys are thinking about questions, I think we got 10 minutes. See, I give a lot of value, I told you. So this thing is called LM Studio. You can go and download it, it's free. Okay. Inside LM Studio, your computer must be powerful enough. Okay. You can actually download different language models that you want to try out. So like this one is called Quen 3VL4B, which is a vision language model. So it can do perception, spatial reasoning, and stuff like that. So if you are building stuff for, oh, can recognize celebrity, product, blah, blah, blah. So if you're building like specific thing, like you want to detect certain images or landmark, then you can use this model, or you can look at. So, you mentioned that you use Gemini. So Gemini is in Google. This one is the open source version. It's called Gemma. And you can actually load in and you can play around with it, and it's on your local computer. New updates, remind me later. So some of this, it depends on your RAM size. If it's too big, then you cannot load. Like this one is 5.8 GB.
5 is the update, or 5 is the
What's that?
size?
GB is the size.
No, I mean the size of the update or the size of the.
The language model, not the update. The update is separate one. This is all the models inside. So let's say this one is 4B. Okay, 2 point something GB. So some are smaller, some are bigger. 12B, let's see. So this Gemma 12B, state-of-the-art image and text input. Same tag used to create Gemini model. So this is 8 GB. Okay, I think I downloaded this already. Let me see which one I downloaded. Got DeepSeek also. So I can like load this DeepSeek. I hope it doesn't crash the Teams. So guys, on Teams, if you get crashed, right, then sorry. So I can load DeepSeek inside here. And when I use this in my local computer, none of the data goes to the online. So it wouldn't be taken as the training data as well. So I can basically you heat up my computer. I can use like hello, what model? You can see. It's running on GPT-4 Turbo. Okay. So what do you want to say? Of app ideas for my new business venture. I plan to do travel related stuff. So it behaves very much like the stuff that you have online, except that these models are on your local machine and you can use it and you can try it out and you can load the data without having the concern over here. But it will basically eat up your resources from your computer rather than burning the OpenAI's GPU in their data center. So some of it is actually quite slow, some of it is quite fast. And you can use it in the same way. Okay. Let's see, any more question? Do you have an AI website allow us to ask multiple AI at the same time for comparison purpose? There are platforms online that actually does that. Oh, they need the QR code, is it? So to answer Paul's question, there are platforms that does that. I think you can go online and search to find those, because some of those platforms, oh wait. Yeah, there are some people, it's called a wrapper, right? So you can create a website that you can ask one prompt, and then it will call the API for OpenAI, you call the API for Gemini, you call the API for other thing, then it can give you a consolidated view, and then you can pick the answer that you like. So there are sites like that, and I think they might charge you a certain amount as well. So you have to look at that. Okay, Elaine. How do we protect privacy data while using AI to come to my other class? So first of all, you need to know what AI are you talking about, which one are you using. For example, if you go to, let's say even ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT pricing. You can see that these pricing are stuff that is for consumer, okay? So this consumer pricing, they are, whatever you use, right, is actually used back for the training, meaning that it goes back into their site, but they do some stuff to like, they claim lah, to hide some personal private information and stuff like that. But for businesses, I think your data stays protected. So for enterprise, you pay a lot of money, and enterprise want their data to be protected and put aside from their training data. So they actually set it aside, and it is compliant to all these GDPR, CCPA, and other privacy laws. So your business data does not get, used in the training data. So in that sense, it is much safer as compared to the personal plan earlier. So if you're using personal plan, you have to realize that your data is being used lah. You're actually helping them to train their model. So if you're happy with that, you're okay with it, then you pay this amount, otherwise you pay more. It's very much similar to even Office, like Microsoft Copilot. So there's the personal edition and it's enterprise edition. So you need to know the difference of that. Okay, so I hope that answers Elaine's question. Other thing is you can consider you should talk to your company and figure out what are the policies that you want to put in place, because you want to allow staff to use certain thing. If you don't want to pay enterprise license, then you have to make sure that whatever you upload, you hide those critical information, or you ask the question in a different way that you don't expose it. But it's very hard because if people are given the tool, then they just upload the file and stuff like that, then you're very hard to control. So that's why some companies, if they are paying for Microsoft, they will just say you can only use the Copilot in the Office using the Office one. Okay. What's your opinion nowadays? Most company want automation that can help them come out with business decision. So, Afiq, to answer your question, nowadays most company want automation to help them come up with business decision. I think every business want to make the best decision for the company. They want to do stuff that, of course, they can serve their customer, they can make more money and things like that, right? So all of these things, in order to get ahead, you have to continuously improve, because today, if you got an idea and you do it, tomorrow your competitor follow, then you're no different from your competitor already, right? So it's not just about the best decision and the AI give you the answer. It is actually continually doing the thing that gives people the most value. And of course, when you talk about bot, right, it's about managing your resources. I only have this amount of resource. How can I be able to provide customer with this without spending too much and losing the advantage, and looking at my margins and all those things. So these are ongoing. So AI helps you to do that better and faster if you know how to program it. Definitely you want to use agents. Like if I'm, let's say, a travel agency and I help, let's say, VIPs, right? So I have VIP customer, and then I have an agent that constantly monitor all of the different airlines. Then when I want to give them the best deal, I will be able to identify it very quickly rather than just starting or going Google search. Yeah, Jasmine say please leave a Google review, like and subscribe. What tool is best for transcribing meeting, recording, and generating minutes of meeting? Okay, I think some of you guys are using some tools that you put inside. Please suggest to Ko. I think there are many tools. I don't have a preferred one at the moment. So that's it. I think we're good. All right. Thank you everyone for joining. Those of you from morning until now, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for you for being present here. Later we can take the real photo, okay? So bye, you guys.